Chapter 474. Demon Domain, Obedient Island. Nongzhu sat on the opening of the bird's nest that Yu Qianqiu had built, his legs dangling outside. He looked at Ziyi's nondescript actions with a gloomy expression. From time to time, he would stare at the jade archive in his hand in a daze. In truth, he didn't see any benefit in cultivating the techniques in the archive. He had even sneaked off to a deserted place to try out a few techniques, but he didn't feel any effect. The only feeling he got was that he was tormenting someone. Ziyi also didn't feel any effect. Every time he came to ask his master for an explanation, Nongzhu would just give him vague answers. Ziyi himself was also at his wits' end. Nongzhu was truly speechless as he looked at the birdhouse he was sitting on. He couldn't imagine what Yu Qianqiu was thinking about all day, that he would build a house on a tree. Ah! Extraordinary people doing extraordinary things. Nongzhu looked in the direction of Twilight Valley and sighed. For the past few days, Bai Changchun and the Southern Ming ancestor had been going there almost every day. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air, coming from the center of the island. Nongzhu's eyes brightened. With a yelp of surprise, he teleported to the front of the house. The ground was filled with high-grade spirit stones, arranged in an extremely complex pattern to form a pentagon. This was a message array that the Southern Ming ancestor had set up, fearing that Xianxian Island might need him for something urgent. This was to make it easier for disciples to contact him. Nongzhu immediately jumped into the empty space in the middle of the pentagon and yelled, "Who is it? Who is it? What's the matter?" "Master, you're not master. Who are you?" The voice replied in surprise. "I am your uncle Nongzhu. If you have something to say, spit it out." Nongzhu's eyes turned, and he corrected himself. "Your master is currently busy. He said that if you have anything to say, tell me first, and I will pass it on to him." "So it's Senior Nongzhu." The other party hesitated for a moment, then decided that it wasn't anything important, so he relayed the news that an old friend of the Southern Ming ancestor had sent to Xianxian Island. "There's such a thing?" Nongzhu was stunned. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky. "Nongzhu, what are you doing?" It was the voice of Nanming Grand Elder. Without saying a word, Nongzhu hurriedly jumped out of the communication formation. Bai Changchun and the great ancestor of the south rushed over. The latter was furious and wanted to fight Nongzhu to the death. Bai Changchun also couldn't allow the two of them to fight on Obedient Island. With a flick of his finger, a wall of light appeared and blocked the two of them. The two of them stared at each other. Bai Changchun looked at Nongzhu and frowned. "Nongzhu, what nonsense did you say to Xianxian Island?" He was also a little angry. After all, Ancestor Nanming was his guest. If Nongzhu made trouble, it was no different from not giving him face. "I didn't say anything. Xianxian Island sent me a message. You guys weren't here, so I listened to it for him," Nongzhu explained. "Stop it. You're meddling in other people's business." Ancestor Nanming spat. He also knew that he couldn't fight with Bai Changchun here, so he jumped into the communication formation and asked Xianxian Island what was going on. After a while, Ancestor Nanming walked out with his teeth bared. Nongzhu, who was beside him, also pinched her chin and thought about something. The two of them were just quarreling, but now they didn't say a word. In the end, Bai Changchun was stunned. He didn't know what the hell was wrong with the two of them. They actually started to play deep. Ziyi, who heard her masters quarreling, also ran over drenched in sweat. She didn't see the fiery scene she imagined, but saw three mature old men. "Nongzhu, what's going on?" Bai Changchun stopped guessing and asked directly. "If I was still in the South Sea purple bamboo forest, someone would have sent me a message." Nongzhu said happily, "Yin Baikong's grandson, who is the Prime Minister of Daong Nation, was kidnapped. Not only did the kidnappers want Yin Baikong to pay 200 million upper-grade spirit stones as ransom, they even scolded Yin Baikong. They said that if he doesn't see the spirit stones, Yin Baikong's name will be immortalized in the cultivation world." Bai Changchun looked at Ancestor Nanming with a questioning gaze. The latter nodded and couldn't help but laugh. Bai Changchun frowned slightly. Although he didn't care about Yin Baikong, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to treat Yin Baikong like this in the cultivation world. He couldn't help but ask, "Who kidnapped Yin Baikong's grandson?" Nongzhu and ancestor Nanming shook their heads together. The latter said, "We still don't know who it is, but I believe that the truth will be revealed 2 days later when we pay the spirit stones to exchange for him." "Yes. Who is it?" It's obvious that they targeted Yin Baikong's World Chamber of Commerce, which is the richest in the cultivation world. They're really bold. Nongzhu rubbed her chin and said. The few of them fell into deep thought. For a while they really couldn't think of who did this. Zi, who was at the side, had a face full of doubt. Her eyeballs kept rolling, and her suspicious expression became more and more obvious. After hesitating for a long time, she said weakly, "Master, it's very likely that Yu Qianqiu did it." Ah! The few of them were startled by his words. Even ancestor Nanming was no exception. During this period of time, he had always been curious about what kind of disciple a person like Bai Changchun would take, so he had asked a lot about Yu Qianqiu. "Zi, shut up. You can't talk about this kind of thing. With your status as senior Bai, how could his disciple do?" Nongzhu reprimanded her righteously, but she couldn't continue speaking. Her face was full of confusion. With Bai Changchun's character, he definitely wouldn't do those sneaky things. But that disciple of his, there was really nothing that he didn't dare to do. It was indeed a little hard to say. "That? Why are you so sure that it's Yu Qianqiu who did it?" Nongzhu asked. Zi shook her head and said, "No reason. I just feel that as long as it's related to spirit stones, I think it's possible that he did it." She had been with Yu Qianqiu for a long time, so she could be considered to know him quite well. That guy wouldn't even let a dead person go for spirit stones. Did he need any other reason to suspect him? Nongzhu glanced at Bai Changchun, whose eyebrows were twitching, and shouted, "What kind of logic is this? How can there be such a hasty judgment?" Although she said this, she secretly remembered that as long as it was related to spirit stones, she could first suspect that kid. Good idea. Ancestor Nanming also heard the fishy conversation between the master and disciple. He stuck his red-haired head over and asked curiously, "Could it really be Yu Qianqiu who did it?" "Impossible." Bai Changchun shook his head and said, "My disciple's cultivation hasn't even reached the crossing calamity stage. No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to provoke Yin Baikong." Ancestor Nanming looked at him with a strange expression, and said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Maybe he's relying on you as his master to back him up. There's no reason for him to be afraid of Yin Baikong. If Yin Baikong knew that you're his master, would he still dare to touch him?" "Probably not." Bai Changchun denied again. However, when he thought of the 3 jade pendants he gave to Yu Qianqiu, he more or less had some doubts in his heart. "Old Bai, don't speak too early." Nongzhu laughed and said, "The timing is too coincidental. He just went to wander around the various countries, and that Prime Minister of Dying Kingdom was kidnapped. Haha. Moreover, I can't think of anyone who would have the guts to touch Yin Baikong's people. Your disciple is extremely bold. This has nothing to do with the level of cultivation." "Nonsense." Bai Changchun swung his sleeves and turned around to return to the big house. The 3 of them looked at each other in dismay. Nongzhu swayed a few times with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. "No way. How can I miss such a lively event? I want to see who the culprit is." "Master, I'll go too." Zi happily pulled his sleeves. "What are you going to do?" Nongzhu asked. Zi said plausibly, "I'm going to find Yu Qianqiu and ask him if he's the one who did this. Stay here obediently. If you dare to run around, don't say that I don't recognize you as my disciple," Nongzhu angrily said in a loud voice. It was unknown how many times this girl mentioned Yu Qianqiu every day. Nongzhu faintly felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously avoided that confusing thought, and didn't want to poke through that thin layer of window paper. Ziyi's mouth slightly pouted. She didn't dare to beg again when her master was angry. She could only watch Nongzhu fly away quickly. Ancestor Nanming grabbed his red beard, and looked outside the house thoughtfully. On Wuxia Island, the cultivators of various countries received a decree at the same time. They were asked to investigate whether there was an organization or a person called Hero in the cultivation world of China. In Wuxi Palace, Yin Baikong's disciple Chong Mandong was the first to question. "Young Palace Lord, I heard that you had a group of people called Hero in the past, right? I heard that Ong Kwangsung was defeated by your hero? Now, with the support of Man Hu and his fellow disciples, Yan Zhuixing's status in Wuxia Island was higher than his father's. He basically had the right to make decisions on all matters. Hero. Yan Zhuixing had a cold smile on his face. Before this, Man Hu had already told him about what happened in Dying Kingdom, and asked him about the hero. Yan Zhuixing's answer was the same as his answer to Chang Mandong. That's right, the hero is my people. These people are all on the island as you can see, but they have absolutely nothing to do with the hero of Dying Kingdom. Yan Bugui, who was sitting in the middle, looked at his son without batting an eyelid. He didn't understand. They obviously did it in the name of the hero. The real hero was definitely not them. But why did his son admit that he was the hero? Although he had doubts in his heart, he wouldn't expose his son's background. Now that the father and son were relying on each other, they had to speak the same words. In front of a group of wolves, the only way for father and son to protect themselves was to unite. In other words, someone deliberately used the name of the hero to cause trouble in Dying Kingdom? Chang Mandong frowned. He also believed what Yan Zhuixing said was true. The cultivators of various countries on the island were monitoring each other. It was impossible for Yan Zhuixing to send people to cause trouble under everyone's eyes. Moreover, the father and son of the Yan family needed their support. How would they dare to undermine them now? Chapter 475. Senior Chang, I think there are two possibilities. Yan Zhuixing slowly walked in front of him and said, First, someone wants to use the hero's name to cause trouble and sow discord between us. Second, there might be a person or organization with the same name as the hero. Senior Chang, what do you think? It's also possible. Chang Mandong said perfunctorily and turned to leave Limitless Palace. The others also slowly dispersed. No one expressed any doubts. Obviously, like Chang Mandong, they all agreed with Yan Zhuixing's words. Regardless of whether this news was important or not, it had to be spread back to the various countries. Most of the people in the hall gradually left. Yan Bugui gave his son a look. Once the father and son arrived at the secret chamber of the back palace, Yan Bugui couldn't wait to ask, Xinger, what's wrong? The real hero is obviously not us. He was stunned by his own words. It was as if he was saying that the father and son were not the real hero. What I mean is, why do you have to take the blame for the hero? Yan Bugui explained. Take what blame? Yan Zhuixing said indifferently, for the Chinese cultivation world, it doesn't matter if we are the hero or not. Are we still afraid of their revenge? Anyway, we have to fight to the death. It doesn't matter. For the Dying Kingdom, what does the hero there have to do with us? There's no need to say that the hero is us. I don't understand what you mean. Do you have other plans? Yan Bugui asked. Father, if I say it's not us, do you think we can clean up with those people in such a short time? Directly admitting it will remove the suspicion of us and the Dying Kingdom. Yan Zhuixing squinted his eyes and said, Also, father, did you notice something interesting? Yan Bugui nodded silently and agreed with his son's words. When he heard the latter part, he slightly paused and said, What interesting thing did you notice? Yan Zhuixing thought for a while and said, Recently, I received news that Yu Qianqiu led a few hundred people to kill more than 1,000 people from the Daoyuo sect. And Yu Qianqiu even defeated 2 experts at the final stage of the tribulation passing stage. To be honest, when I heard this news, I was very shocked. That's right. This news can be confirmed. I've also heard about it. Yan Bugui nodded and said, I also heard that Yu Qianqiu has left the Cultivation Alliance and is now missing. That's the problem. Yan Zhuixing sneered. Father, don't you think it's strange? This Yu Qianqiu just disappeared from China, and a hero appeared in Daong Nation. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Yan Bugui was surprised. You mean Yu Qianqiu is the mysterious hero? Impossible. I heard that Yin Baikong is a soul-severing late-stage expert, and his subordinates are extremely powerful. I believe that Yu Qianqiu wouldn't dare to provoke him. Although I don't know why Yu Qianqiu wanted to provoke Yin Baikong, I heard that when Yu Qianqiu left the Cultivation Alliance, his subordinates were all masked and dressed in black. This is exactly the same as the heroes of the past. And Yan Juixing's eyes flickered and said, "Father, do you still remember that Yu Qianqiu tried his best to push the various crimes of the heroes onto us? Others didn't know that he was lying, but us father and son were very clear about it. However, that kid had a sharp tongue, and we provoked public anger at that time, so it was hard for us to defend ourselves. Actually, based on our actions at that time, everyone wanted to kill us, but why did he want us to bear all the crimes of the heroes?" Hearing this, Yan Bugui also understood his son's meaning and slowly nodded. He wanted the fake heroes to bear all the crimes, and let the real heroes get away with it. What a ruthless fellow. Listening to your analysis, there's no doubt that even if that kid isn't a hero, he must be related to one. "That's not right." Yan Bugui immediately reacted and said, "Since you guessed it was that kid, why didn't you expose him in front of everyone just now? I'm sure that he would be hunted down everywhere in the foreign cultivation world, with nowhere to hide, and would definitely die, just in time to take revenge for us. That kid is already unpopular in the Chinese cultivation world, and now he ran to the foreign cultivation world to take a risk out of desperation. If he accidentally dies, then so be it, but if he doesn't die, that kid is very cunning. I reckon he won't die so easily. Who knows? He might even be able to make a name for himself." Yan Juixing turned around and said with a smile, "Father, don't you think that if we have something that can kill that kid, it might be of some use to us in the future? You're saying, if that guy really does make a name for himself in the foreign cultivation world, we can use this to threaten him at the crucial moment?" Yan Bugui finally understood. "That's right, I don't believe that he dares to go against a huge force like Yin Baikong. With this in our hands, when the time comes, no matter in the Chinese cultivation world or the foreign cultivation world, he will have to listen to us obediently." Yan Juixing smiled with some satisfaction and said, "So, why should I reveal Yu Qianqiu's background now? If we do that, what's in it for us? Keeping Yu Qianqiu's weakness is the most beneficial thing for us." Yan Bugui looked at his son and nodded with satisfaction. With such a son, what more could he ask for? The father and son hid in the secret room and made every possible plan. But when the time came to face Yu Qianqiu, would these plans really work? After all, man proposes, God disposes, and the world is unpredictable. In the embassy of Baiwan Kingdom, when Yi Yuan received two pieces of news, one bad and one good. The bad news was that because of the disappearance of the Prime Minister of Dian Kingdom, they decided to postpone the selection of the prince consort, so everyone would definitely have to stay for a period of time. The good news was that Baiwan Kingdom sent him a message, asking him to entertain Mr. Nongzhu well, an early divine transformation cultivator from the sage sect, which the royal family relied on, had come to visit Mr. Nongzhu. When Yi Yuan heard this news, he immediately became excited. To be able to meet the top expert of the sage sect was a good thing, and he might even be rewarded with elixirs. He originally wanted to tell Yu Qianqiu about this in advance, but he felt that it was too shallow to do so. Mr. Nongzhu was a figure of the same generation as the elder ancestor. Why would he care about an expert from the sage sect? If he told Mr. Nongzhu about it, he might be suspected of making Mr. Nongzhu wait, and he was afraid that it would make Mr. Nongzhu unhappy. After thinking about it, Yi Yuan decided that it was better not to say it. However, it was his self-righteous decision that caused Yu Qianqiu to complain again and again. At Huazhongming's Lightshine Peak, there were many top experts of the cultivation world gathered. Lightshine Peak could be said to have never been so lively. There were more than 100 divine transformation experts. Just the reception alone was enough to make some of the disciples on the mountain extremely busy. In fact, this was something that could not be helped. Since everyone had come to Huazhongming's territory, they naturally had to greet the master first. After these people arrived one after another, everyone thought that it was about time, but who knew that an unexpected person would come? Yin Baikong had personally arrived. When Yin Baikong entered the Great Light Palace and saw this group of people, his face immediately turned ashen. Needless to say, they were definitely here to see him. Otherwise, Huazhongming's Lightshine Peak would not have the face to attract so many divine transformation experts to chat and brag. Everyone is indeed in a good mood. I did not think that my grandson would be able to attract so many people. Yin Baikong looked around and sneered. These words were a little harsh. It was obvious that he was scolding everyone. However, this old man was very strong, and no one else who had reached the divine transformation final stage had come, so no one could suppress this old man. Everyone could only pretend that they did not hear him. Hua Zongming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to invite him to take a seat, he suddenly heard someone laughing outside. Yin Baikong, your skin is really thick. You have so many grandchildren. Who cares about all of them? We are all flocking to the hero who kidnapped your grandson. How can we not see such a hero? Everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. There were not many people in the cultivation world who dared to talk back to Yin Baikong. But from the familiar tone, they immediately thought of who it was. Shu Xian of the country of women even stood up and said in high spirits, "It's Nongzhu." Everyone followed Yin Baikong and turned around. They saw Nongzhu walking in with a smile and cupped her hands in greeting. Aha! The hall was instantly filled with all kinds of laughter. Most people stood up and greeted. Nongzhu is here. Compared to the scene when Yin Baikong came in, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. One could imagine that Nongzhu's popularity in the cultivation world was not bad. Yin Baikong coldly snorted. What are you doing here instead of staying in your South Sea purple bamboo forest? Yin God of Fortune, this is Light Illumination Peak, not your God of Wealth Peak. Besides, my legs are my own. I can go wherever I want. What can you do about it? Nongzhu flung her sleeves and disdainfully mixed into the crowd, laughing and joking with the crowd. Yin Baikong was rendered speechless by Nongzhu. If it was someone else, he would have already made a move. The key was that the person behind Nongzhu was too strong. Anyone would have to think twice before acting. It's just a small matter, no need to be angry. Come, please take a seat. Hua Zongming was not like Nongzhu, who had such a strong backing. He still had to be a good host. No need. Since I've greeted the host, I'll take my leave first. Yin Baikong flung his sleeves and left. Before he left, he gave Nongzhu a deep look. Wait until Bai Changchun goes to the Eastern Holy Land, and I'll take care of you. Let's see how long you can be arrogant then. Hua Zongming walked back speechlessly. He pointed at Nongzhu in the crowd and shook his head. You. Why do you have to lower yourself to his level? Can't you just deal with it? Why do you have to form a grudge? Let's see what you'll do after Bai Changchun goes to the Eastern Holy Land. Hehe. I don't believe that the cultivation world belongs to Yin Baikong alone. If he really dares to bully me, I'll have to ask Wen Lanfeng to help me get rid of this old man first. Nongzhu said nonchalantly. Everyone was speechless. Only then did they remember that besides having a good relationship with the world's #1 expert, this guy had also saved the life of the world's #2 expert, Wen Lanfeng. If Wen Lanfeng stood up for him, even Yin Baikong would have to think twice about the consequences of making a move on Nongzhu. Well said. If Mr. Nongzhu had a lot of scruples, he wouldn't be the Mr. Nongzhu who played around with the world. A sweet voice sounded. Shu Xian walked over with a glass of wine, and gently pushed it in front of Nongzhu. Chapter 476. Nongzhu was in a daze, while Shuxin looked at him shyly and affectionately. A glass of wine was placed between them. It was not the aroma of wine, but thousands of strands of love, trying to entangle Nongzhu. The group was silent, and they all looked at Nongzhu. The past between the two of them was no longer a secret among this group of people. Nongzhu not only had a high cultivation in the cultivation world, but he was also famous for his flirtatiousness. Besides, he was born with an extraordinary appearance. Few women could escape from his claws when he stretched out his little claws. Everyone knew that Nongzhu was Shuxin's lover, and they had a good time. However, Nongzhu was too much of a playboy. No woman could keep him. Perhaps he was tired of playing with Shuxin, so he quietly kicked Shuxin away, and hooked up with another famous beauty in the cultivation world. But Shuxin's cultivation was not weaker than his. Unlike other women, she could not be kicked at will. As a result, she killed the beauty that Nongzhu hooked up with and kept pestering Nongzhu. So Nongzhu avoided her everywhere. In the end, Nongzhu had no choice but to move to Shuntian Island for many years. Bai Changchun's demon domain was not a place that anyone could break into, but Xuxin risked her life to break into it. As a result, she almost lost her life in Bai Changchun's hands. After all, she was a woman who had slept with him. Nongzhu could not watch her die, so he saved her. As a result, Bai Changchun figured out the reason and got angry. Nongzhu was too much. What did he think Shantian Island was? As a result, the adulterous couple was kicked out of the demon domain by Bai Changchun. Nobody knew what happened. As soon as they got out of the demon domain, they fell in love again. But not long after, Nongzhu had a relapse and disappeared again. When Xuxin found him again, he had already accepted a very small baby as his apprentice. This time it was useless for Xuxin to pester him. Nongzhu swore on the spot. In order to let his apprentice grow up safely, he wanted to accumulate virtue for his apprentice. He swore that he would never touch any woman before he broke through the late Huashan realm, or he would die a horrible death. Since Nongzhu was so ruthless, what else could Shu Xian do? She could only return to womanland and hope that he could break through to the final stage of demigod as soon as possible. However, this guy's actions made her very disappointed. Although he didn't touch women anymore, he still wandered around and didn't pay attention to cultivation at all. She really didn't know how he could break through to the soul formation final stage. Now that these two enemies had met, everyone couldn't help but reveal expressions of ridicule. Wanting to watch the show. Well, why are you here? Nongzhu smiled awkwardly. Shu Xian's eyes flickered. She bit her lips and said, I haven't seen you for a long time. Let me pour a cup of wine for you. May you remember that we used to depend on each other. This was simply a naked confession in front of everyone without any reservation. There's wine, there's no need to trouble yourself. Nongzhu reached out to grab the wine glass on the table, but someone slapped him hard on the back of his hand and shouted, Get your hands off it. It's mine. He wanted to grab the other cups, but found that they were all taken away in an instant. Nongzhu looked around and suddenly found that he had entered a wolf's den. Everyone was staring at him fiercely. It seemed that if he didn't drink a cup of wine, he would offend everyone. A group of beasts. Nongzhu cursed in his heart. He took the wine glass from Shu Xian's hand and drank it up. After thanking her, he returned the glass to her. Seeing that she seemed to have something to say, Nongzhu hurriedly made an obeisance to the crowd and said, I almost forgot that I still have something to do. I'll leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Shu Xian was stunned on the spot. There was a burst of laughter in the hall. That guy claimed to be free and unfettered. Finally, he seized the opportunity to disgust him. After the laughter, they found that they were surrounded by people who didn't get along well with them. Immediately, they looked around the hall coldly and found their lovers to chat with. This movement greatly touched the crowd. Just think about it, only Nongzhu, who didn't seek fame or fortune and had no desires, could be so popular. After teleporting, Nongzhu immediately flew in the direction of Deyang City. He was very depressed. If he had known that Shu Xian was here, he wouldn't have gone to Guangguang Peak. After flying for a short distance, he heard someone shout behind him, Mr. Nongzhu, please wait a moment. Nongzhu looked back and recognized the person. It was the rising star of the one family of Baiwan Kingdom, Wenrui, an early divine transformation cultivator. She had seen him in the Great Light Hall just now, but she didn't have time to greet him as she was in a hurry. She stopped and asked, Wenrui, what's the matter? Are you going to Deyang City? Wenrui asked with a bow. Yes. Nongzhu asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Is there a problem? I guess that you are also going to Deyang City, so I said goodbye in advance and came to catch up with you. I want to go to Deyang City with you, Wenrui said with a smile. Oh. Then let's go together, Nongzhu said indifferently. So the two of them flew together and soared high up in the sky. Wenrui said as he flew, Recently, I learned that the younger generation of the Wen family had accidentally offended you. I am very grateful that you did not take it to heart. What do you mean? Nongzhu was a little puzzled by his words. Wenrui said with a smile, You don't have to hide anything for the younger generation. They have already reported everything back to Baiwan Kingdom. Since you are not going to pursue it, I will not pursue it either. Nongzhu was already flying in the clouds and his words were completely out of place, so she was completely confused. Then she heard him say, "Oh yes, you are staying in the embassy. Did they treat you poorly?" These words were like a dose of refreshing medicine that made Nongju's thoughts quickly become active. She squinted her eyes and a sharp cold light flashed across them. She casually answered Wenrui, but in her heart, she snorted coldly. "It seems that someone is impersonating me. This Deyang city is really strange. Not only did someone kidnap Yin Baikong's grandson, but there is also someone impersonating me." When these two things were linked together, Nongju was slightly startled. She thought to herself, could it be that these two things were done by that kid? Otherwise, why would that guy impersonate me out of all people? He already had a plan in his heart. If the person impersonating him in Baiwan Kingdom's embassy was really Yu Qianqiu, then there was no doubt that Yin Baikong's grandson was kidnapped by that guy. With this thought, Nongju could not help but look forward to it. A trace of a smirk appeared on her face. She was anxious to see if that person was really that kid. Not long after, both of them landed in Baiwan Kingdom's embassy. The sudden appearance of the two surprised the guards in the residence. Wen Yuan did not know who they were. Fortunately, Wenbai knew Wenrui and avoided a misunderstanding. Wenrui felt a little strange. Why did these two juniors seem to have never seen Nongju before? Didn't they say that both of them had dealings with Nongju before? He could not help but ask, "Mr. Nongju." Nongju raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He smiled faintly and said, "Please take me to see Mr. Nongju. He and I are old friends." Wenrui immediately let out an ah. He did not know what he was up to. Wen Yuan and Wenbai did not dare to be negligent. They immediately bowed to accept the order and led the way. The small courtyard was green and quiet. Usually, no one would dare to disturb it. However, a series of footsteps broke the tranquility of the small courtyard. Zhang Ping immediately turned around and shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to trespass here?" Suddenly, he saw two cultivators with storage bags following behind Wen Yuan and Wenbai. Zhang Ping's pupils shrank slightly. He could not see through their cultivation. Nongju glanced at Zhang Peng and her eyes fell on the swing. There was a person lying on it. He did not even open his eyes and looked completely calm in the face of chaos. To Nongju's surprise, this person was not Yu Qianqiu. Wen Yuan was about to explain when he heard Wenrui shout in a deep voice, "Who are you two?" He also had a vague idea of what was going on. Who is shouting here? Yu Qianqiu slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look. It would have been fine if he did not look, but when he did, he was shocked. He immediately jumped up from the swing and stared at Nongju. Nongju's shocked eyes gradually melted, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Yu Qianqiu's voice, Yu Qianqiu's figure, Yu Qianqiu's cunning eyes, and the unfathomable cultivation. This guy actually disguised himself. If it were not for his jump and his voice, he would have almost deceived himself. The atmosphere was a little strange. Wen Yuan and Wenbai looked at each other and were a little puzzled. The clan elder should know Mr. Nongju. Why did he ask this question? Did the clan elder not know Mr. Nongju? Clan elder. Wenbai said to Wenrui anxiously, "This is Mr. Nongju." He pointed at Yu Qianqiu as he said this. Nonsense. How can I not know Mr. Nongju? If he is Mr. Nongju, then who is this Mr. Nongju? Wenrui pointed at Yu Qianqiu and then at Nongju. Even he felt a little tongue-tied when he said this. Then he pointed at Yu Qianqiu and shouted, "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you pretend to be Mr. Nongju and deceive the Wen family?" He was about to lose his temper but found that he could not see through the person's cultivation. "Ah, he is Mr. Nongju?" Wen Yuan and Wenbai said in unison. The two of them quickly looked at the person in front of them. This person was more handsome than Nongju, and he seemed to be more mature. Especially the purple-black bamboo flute on his waist. Everything about him matched that of the legendary figure. The two were a little confused. Zhang Peng was also surprised and confused. He did not know what his master was up to. Nongju raised half of his eyebrows and walked over. He circled around Yu Qianqiu twice and looked up and down as he walked. Finally, his eyes fell on Yu Qianqiu's face. He clicked his tongue and said, "You really don't want to be lonely. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you are playing with disguises again. The craftsmanship is good and very realistic. Is it a human skin mask? As he said this, he reached out to pinch his face. Yu Qianqiu took out his big fan and opened it, blocking the hand that was reaching out. He frowned and reprimanded. Do you have any manners? How can you touch someone's face when you meet them? Chapter 477. You don't even have the face to see others. Why do you care if they touch your face? Nongzhu chuckled. You are the one who doesn't have the face to see others. Yu Qianqiu glared at her and waved his fan. Come with me to the Moon Clan if you can. Let's see who is the one who doesn't have the face to see others. Nongzhu's smile froze on her face. She subconsciously looked back at the stunned crowd and lost the mood to bicker with him. She quickly changed the topic and said, You could impersonate anyone, but why did you impersonate me? It's fine if you pretend to be me, but shouldn't you at least make it look real? This kind of virtue is simply ruining my reputation. She looked up and down at Yu Qianqiu with disdain. He was wearing a brocade robe and holding a huge golden folding fan. The most disgusting thing was that the golden fan was covered with a bunch of rich peonies. He looked exactly like a nouveau riche. What a joke. Pretend to be you? Who said I am pretending to be you? Yu Qianqiu refused to admit it. Nongzhu made him feel that she was his nemesis. When he was unhappy, he might call Nongzhu Senior in front of his master. Now he just called her Yu. Is there a second Nongzhu in the cultivation world? Nongzhu snorted and said, Everyone in the house calls you Mr. Nongzhu. Am I talking nonsense? Yu Qianqiu's expression didn't change as he said, That's what they called me. You can ask them. I never said that I was Mr. Nongzhu. They just misunderstood. What he said was equivalent to admitting that he was not Mr. Nongzhu. The expressions on Wen Yuan's and Wen Bai's faces collapsed in an instant. Their last glimmer of hope was shattered. Come to think of it, Nongzhu had been hinting that he was Mr. Nongzhu. He had never said that he was Mr. Nongzhu. Now they suddenly realized that the person who had been worshipping for so long was an imposter. The two of them were a little stunned. Although they didn't dare to say anything in front of the elders, they were very angry. When Rui, who had a gloomy expression at first, calmed down after knowing that this person was a fake. There was no doubt that this person knew Nongzhu, and his background was not ordinary at all. Instead, he was arguing with Nongzhu. Now there was no need to pursue the matter. When Rui secretly wondered who was under this mask. Had he seen this person before? Nongzhu was startled. She glanced at Wen Yuan and Wen Bai's expressions and understood that Yu Qianqiu must have misled them. Otherwise, how could there be such a big misunderstanding? This guy was not a good person. He couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, you're wearing a mask and your skin is even thicker. You and I both know exactly what is going on. Sir, who is this? When Rui walked to Nongzhu and asked. Nongzhu paused and thought to herself that she really couldn't tell him about Yu Qianqiu's identity. If the Wen family knew that Yu Qianqiu was Bai Changchun's disciple, she really didn't know what would happen. So she smiled faintly and said, Nothing. He is the disciple of an old friend. This guy is always frivolous and likes to fool around. When Rui said, Oh. Seeing that Nongzhu was unwilling to explain, he didn't probe further. At this moment, Hibiscus and Hipster ran in from outside the courtyard excitedly. They were stunned to see so many people here. Yu Qianqiu waved to Hibiscus. Hibiscus immediately ran to his side and looked curiously at the two strangers in front of her. Hipster also slowly came to Hibiscus's side and heard Wen Yuan say in a low voice, Qing come back. Hipster immediately realized that the atmosphere was a little strange and walked back to Wen Yuan's side in confusion. Nongzhu saw that Hibiscus and Yu Qianqiu were very close and asked in surprise, Who is she? My woman, Yu Qianqiu said without hesitation. Hearing this, Nongzhu frowned slightly and no one knew what she was thinking. After thinking for a while, she turned and said, Wen Rui, there is nothing here. You can leave first. I have some private matters to discuss with him. Sir, please go ahead. Wen Rui nodded and turned to walk as he said to the others, Follow me, I have something to ask you. Wen Yuan and the other two followed him silently. There was indeed no place for them to talk. After they left, Nongzhu smiled again and said happily, Yu Qianqiu, you are quite bold. I have already said that they have misunderstood. If you want to hold a grudge, I can't do anything about it. Yu Qianqiu said indifferently. Let's forget about this matter. I'm not talking about that. Nongzhu waved her hand and said, I said you are bold because you even dared to kidnap Yin Baikong's grandson. I'm afraid you still don't know what kind of person Yin Baikong is. Yin Baikong? Who is Yin Baikong? Yu Qianqiu's words were calm, but he was shocked. I did this without anyone knowing. How did this guy know? Could it be that he was here because of this? At first, Yu Qianqiu thought that Nongzhu's arrival was purely a coincidence. However, Nongzhu actually said that he was the one who kidnapped Yin Baikong. This was a serious problem. From what he had seen in the Jade archives these past few days, Yin Baikong was indeed not a person to be trifled with. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there were no loopholes in his plan. Yu Qianqiu deeply suspected that this guy was very cunning. Maybe he was trying to trick him. Just keep pretending. Nongzhu snorted and said, I'm just reminding you that this matter has already spread to the entire cultivation world. Many demigod stage experts have already gathered in Dian Kingdom. I also rushed over from Obedient Island when I heard this news. I advise you to stop if you can. Under the attention of so many experts, you still want to earn that 200 million high-grade spirit stones? That's a fool's dream. Yu Qianqiu was shocked. This matter had already spread to the entire cultivation world? Analyzing Yin Baikong's character, he wasn't that generous to the point of announcing his family's dirty linen. Could it be that someone intentionally leaked this matter to see Yin Baikong make a fool of himself? How dare you ruin my plans? I'll deal with you when I'm free. He immediately set his sights on the Lord of Dian Kingdom, Hua Zongming. Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind, but his expression was somewhat confused as he asked, Why don't I understand what you're saying? Who is Yin Baikong? Why would I kidnap his grandson? You can't just spout nonsense without any evidence. Are you not going to admit it? Nongzhu revealed an expression that said he overestimated himself and said, Tomorrow is the day to pay the ransom. The location is already known by everyone. Facing hundreds of demigod stage experts, even if you get the spirit stones, do you think you can still escape? I guarantee that you won't be able to hide. I appreciate your kindness, but this matter really wasn't done by me. Yu Qianqiu waved his fan and sighed. Although I, Yu Qianqiu, am not a gentleman, those who have met me know that I never lie. Everyone is full of praise for my character. I have the courage to admit whatever I do, so there's really no need for me to lie to you. If it was really done by me, I would definitely do it openly. Nonsense. Nongzhu waved her hand and interrupted him. She instantly rolled her eyes at him and sneered. Don't boast about your character. I've heard from Ze that you are a big liar. No matter where he goes, he doesn't care whether others approve of him or not. He first praises his own character to the point of blooming flowers, but behind the scenes he always does such sneaky things. Hearing this, Farong glared at Nongzhu angrily. How dare she talk about her man like this? Zhang Peng, who was at the side, lowered his head and pretended not to hear anything. His master's ability to lie without blinking made him feel inferior. He hesitated, not knowing if he should learn this skill or not. Yu Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said, She follows me, and I provide her with good food and drinks every day. I didn't expect that she would dare to slander me behind my back. Well, when we meet, I'll teach you a lesson. Nongzhu's face instantly darkened. She sneered and said, How do you want to teach her a lesson? Come on, tell me. A faint murderous aura spread out, and a flock of birds on the trees in the courtyard suddenly flew away in fright. In the blink of an eye, the whole courtyard became terrifyingly quiet, shrouded by an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. With just one sentence, Yu Qianqiu poked Nongzhu's reverse scale. Farong and Zhang Peng were shocked. They had never encountered such a majestic and terrifying aura. Only now did they realize how terrifying the person in front of them was. Yu Qianqiu was slightly stunned. He immediately thought of the scene when Nongzhu risked her life to save Ze in Shuntian Island. He secretly cursed his bad luck. Why bother with this pair of father and daughter? He just needed to make his own fortune. With a plan in mind, he snorted and said, Of course I'll teach her a lesson. It's impossible for me to teach her animal play. Want to learn? You can either figure it out yourself, or let her find my master herself. He seemed to be unwilling to admit defeat, but only he knew that he had already admitted defeat. Farang and Zhang Peng were attracted by the master he mentioned. Nongzhu's face instantly brightened up, and her mouth turned into a semicircle. The threatening murderous aura in the courtyard just now disappeared in a blink of an eye. He nodded and said, "This is the matter of you juniors. I won't interfere." His expression became much more relaxed. He was a veteran in the field of love. He already felt that Zi had developed a kind of dependence on Yu Qianqiu. If this dependence was allowed to develop, it would be out of control. The only way was to nip it in the bud. In fact, he also understood that it was impossible to keep his daughter by his side forever. The key was that as a father, he only wanted to find a reliable person for his daughter. This request was not too much. Nongzhu also seriously considered and observed Yu Qianqiu, but she found that this guy was too adventurous. The wild nature in his bones made people feel that he could destroy the world. He did all kinds of unimaginable things, but there was nothing he did not dare to do. He was simply making enemies everywhere. It was fine if Bai Changqun was here, but what if he was gone in the future? Who could protect him? Who could be lucky all his life? Therefore, Nongzhu felt that it was a very dangerous thing to entrust his daughter to Yu Qianqiu. Maybe she would become a widow one day. He did not expect his daughter's future husband to be very powerful in the cultivation world, but he hoped that he could accompany his daughter to live a peaceful and happy life. He thought that this request was not too much. Now hearing Yu Qianqiu's words, he was greatly relieved. It didn't matter whether he taught his daughter animal play or not. It didn't matter even if she didn't learn it for the rest of her life. As long as you stay away from my daughter. Chapter 478. Yu Qianqiu was just giving himself a way out. He didn't know what Nongzhu was thinking. I will stay here for a few more days. You have a good relationship with the One family. Please help me inform them so that they won't think that I lied to them. Yu Qianqiu didn't bother to be polite to Nongzhu and gave her an order. In fact, Nongzhu was a very easygoing person and didn't care much. But she said strangely, "You lied to them and you still have the face to continue living here?" Then she suddenly realized, "I see. You haven't gotten the ransom yet. Are you going to leave after getting the spirit stones?" "No matter what you say, I solemnly declare that I, Yu Qianqiu, am not as bad as you think." Yu Qianqiu pointed at Zhang Peng and said, "He has taken a fancy to the princess of the Daong nation. He borrowed the identity of the Baiwan nation to participate in this competition to find a son-in-law. For some reason, he rejected the competition. When the competition is over, we will leave. It's not what you think." Zhang Peng, who was silent, almost bit his tongue. "Master, it was you who arranged for me to go. How did it turn into me liking the princess of Daong Kingdom?" Nongzhu glanced at Zhang Peng and said, "What's so good about being the prince's son-in-law? Hey, it's a waste if you don't cultivate it." Nongzhu walked around Zhang Peng and looked at him carefully. But he was just looking and had no interest in taking in disciples. Even Nongzhu couldn't see through Zhang Peng's cultivation. This made Yu Qianqiu more confident about the efficacy of the restraining breath pill. Yu Qianqiu said expressionlessly, "To each his own." What he meant was, "What do you care? Oh, since we met, I'll go and join in the fun," Nongzhu said indifferently. In fact, she suspected that Yu Qianqiu was up to something and wanted to go and see. "Up to you," Yu Qianqiu said as he laid down on the swing and pretended to sleep. Nongzhu smirked and turned to leave. Before he left, he gave Hibiscus a few more glances and discovered that she was also immortal. He was truly speechless. It seemed like this fellow had mortal fetishes and liked to mingle with mortals. But it was none of his business. After Nongzhu found Wenrui and the others and learned that there was indeed a competition to select the emperor's son-in-law, she decided to stay for a few days. Instead, he made up his mind to stay in the same courtyard as Yu Qianqiu. He had to observe him carefully to see what he was up to. In this embassy, Wen Chongzheng was probably the most depressed one. He didn't expect to meet a liar, and the liar actually made an emperor wish to him. In addition to being depressed, His thoughts fell on the serious Nongju, hoping to find a chance to get close to her. Hipster, on the other hand, was a bit better. She was just a bit disappointed. Although she had been bullied by Yu Qianqiu for nothing, and he had even promised her the dream of eternal youth, she had indeed fallen for Furong. She had a high status since she was a child and didn't have any real friends. It could be said that she was afraid of loneliness. However, Hibiscus made her see the hope of being friends. When Nongju returned to the small courtyard, she saw Yu Qianqiu lying on the swing leisurely. She immediately walked over and said angrily, "Don't you know how to respect your elders? Move aside." Disrespectful old man. Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and jumped off the swing. He said to Zhang Peng, "You don't need to guard here anymore. Go back to the house and rest." After saying that, he directly pulled Hibiscus back to the house. Nongju lay on the swing proudly, and found that it was indeed more comfortable. He immediately made a decision in his heart. After returning to the South Sea purple bamboo forest, he would also get this thing. Although he seemed to be lying on the swing with his eyes closed, in fact, his divine sense had already enveloped the entire small courtyard. Tomorrow was the day to pay the ransom. Now even if a master at the last stage of soul transformation broke in, he would not be able to escape from his divine sense. He wanted to see how this fellow could sneak out. Was it really as he said, that the kidnapping of Yin Baikong's grandson had nothing to do with him? However, he kept watch until the sky turned dark, and the three of them did not come out. Nongju was slightly alert, and his divine sense quickly invaded the room to check. However, what he saw made Nongju's face turn red. This damned fellow was actually making love with that woman. He quickly withdrew his divine sense, and looked into Zhang Peng's room. When he found that Zhang Peng was also there, he felt at ease and closed his eyes, quietly controlling the entire courtyard. The next day, in the sky above Deyang City, a series of rapid flying sounds could be heard. All the targets were gathered at a certain place outside the city. The entire city's residents did not know what was going on. Only the cultivators knew that these were people with extremely high cultivation levels flying across the sky. Nongju squinted and looked at the sky. He really wanted to fly into the sky to watch the show, but he gritted his teeth and decided to watch Yu Qianqiu to death. He did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with Yu Qianqiu. His divine sense quickly swept across Yu Qianqiu's room. A man and a woman were still sleeping soundly on the bed. It seemed that they had overindulged in debauchery. As time passed, Nongju was as anxious as ants scratching his heart. Such a big show was not far from the city, but he could not see it. Of course, it was not far for him, but for ordinary people, it would take them half a day to get there. At this time, when Rue entered the courtyard and came to the swing, he bowed slightly and said, "Sir, it's almost time. Why don't we go together?" No, I want to keep an eye on this guy," Nongju deliberately shouted. He wanted to tell Yu Qianqiu clearly that as long as he was here today, Yu Qianqiu had to tell the truth, and there was no way he could sneak away. When Rue was a little confused. Since he came all the way here, didn't he want to see how this matter would end? Why didn't he go? Nongju's seniority was higher than him, so when Rue could not say anything more, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Then when Rue will go and have a look first. If there is any result, I will tell you when I come back." As soon as he finished his words, there was another whistling sound in the sky. He looked up and immediately flew away. As soon as when Rue left, Nongju quickly checked the room again. The woman had already gotten up, and was dressing up at the dressing table, while Yu Qianqiu was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Nongju immediately transmitted a message to him. "Boy, you have slept for almost a whole day. Don't you want to go out and exercise?" Who knew that Yu Qianqiu's eyes would open wide and he would raise his head and shout, "Why are you so noisy? You peeping Tom, have you never seen a man sleeping with a woman?" His voice was so loud that everyone in the embassy could probably hear him. "Good, you dare to be rude to me. Let me tell you, as long as I am here today, don't even think about leaving this courtyard." Nongju sneered and transmitted a message to him. Her divine sense controlled the whole courtyard tightly. Dozens of miles west of Deyang City, there was a desolate valley deep in the mountains. It was originally a desolate place, but today, There were probably thousands of people gathered around the valley. At first, there were some people hiding, afraid that they would ruin Baikong's plan. Later on, more and more people gathered. In the end, everyone stood out openly. Mountain peaks, treetops, cliffs, and other places were filled with people. It was simply overcrowded. The law does not punish the masses. Everyone believed that no matter how arrogant Baikong was, he would not make everyone his enemy, right? Hundreds of soul-severing stage cultivators hovering in the air looked at each other speechlessly after seeing the situation below. With so many people guarding here, would the kidnappers still dare to come for the ransom? Moreover, looking at the situation around them, it seemed that there were still people rushing over. The instigators, Hua Zongming and the other 5 exchanged glances. It seemed that the news had spread far and wide. They did not expect that besides the soul-severing stage cultivators, there were still so many people who dared to come and watch Baikong. Not long after, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the air. Before anyone could react, the black-robed, white-haired Baikong had already appeared in front of everyone. Such a fast speed had indeed shocked everyone. They all secretly thought that a soul-severing late-stage expert was indeed extraordinary. He was indeed not someone that ordinary experts could compare to. Baikong's cold eyes swept across the surroundings. His expression was truly not good, especially when he saw the group of people below. His face twitched uncontrollably. They simply did not know the meaning of death. Their cultivation was not that great, yet they dared to come and join in the fun. Baikong immediately laughed evilly and said, "Everyone really gave me face. I will remember this face." His gaze was like a sharp blade, causing the people below to lower their heads. None of the people below dared to look directly at him. From the meaning behind his words, it was clear that he wanted to remember the faces of those who came to join in the fun, and find an opportunity to take revenge. However, no matter how high Baikong's cultivation was, it was impossible for him to remember the faces of so many people below. It was even more impossible for him to take revenge on them one by one. After all, not everyone was a rogue cultivator. Most of them had the backing of the cultivation world of various countries. They were not people that he could casually take revenge on just because he wanted to. His words were indeed a bit more threatening. Seeing the group of people below lower their heads because of his words, Baikong finally felt a bit more comfortable in his heart. He found a bit of a sense of superiority. He looked around and waited for the kidnappers to appear. However, he was immediately stunned. He also had the same doubts as everyone else. With so many people gathered here, would the kidnappers really appear? Wouldn't they be a bit too daring? Baikong even suspected that his grandson was already dead. It was purely the kidnappers who wanted to embarrass him and deliberately make fun of him. Just as his expression was uncertain, a loud rumble suddenly came from the valley. Everyone was slightly startled and quickly looked over. At the foot of the valley, on the side of the mountain wall that was originally intact, a 2-meter square stone slab suddenly fell down. A cave suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Hey, look, there seems to be some words on that stone slab." A soul formation stage cultivator in the sky suddenly pointed at the stone slab and said. Everyone looked at it with rapt attention. Sure enough, there seemed to be words on the stone slab. However, everyone was standing too high and the words were too small, so they couldn't see clearly. Baikong, who was in the sky, instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in front of the cave in front of the mountain wall. Without hesitation, he quickly released his divine sense into the cave. This cave was obviously newly dug. It wasn't deep, only about 20 meters. However, there was a turn in the middle, so people couldn't see the bottom at a glance. But for a soul formation stage cultivator, this wasn't a problem at all. With a casual sweep of his divine sense, he was able to clearly see the situation inside. Baikong frowned. There was nothing in this cave. It was empty. His gaze quickly fell on the stone slab beside him and checked the contents on it. The group of soul formation stage cultivators had already lowered their altitude in the air until they could see clearly. Many of them softly said, Baikong, if you don't want to deliberately kill your grandson, don't rush into the cave. Obediently stand outside the cave, and throw the spirit stones I want into the innermost part. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a difficult task. As long as the number isn't wrong, you can immediately see your lively and unharmed grandson. The surrounding cultivators didn't dare to approach. They also didn't know what was written on it. The group of soul formation stage cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only was this kidnapper bold, but he was also very experienced and professional. It didn't seem like this was his first time doing something like this. They then looked at Baikong and shook their heads speechlessly. This guy was famous in the cultivation world for scheming against people. They didn't think that he would have such a day. Baikong looked at the words on the stone slab. Not only was he not angry, his brows furrowed into a deep groove. He thought to himself, the cave was completely empty. There wasn't a single person inside. Even if he threw the spirit stones in, no one would take them. Could it be that he was playing with me? No. Baikong's divine sense quickly swept through the stone slab. This stone slab was at least a few hundred kilograms. It definitely wouldn't have fallen down for no reason. He didn't sense any strong airflow just now. It was obvious that someone had pushed it down from the inside. There was someone inside just now. Baikong's eyes slightly narrowed. His divine sense quickly searched the inside of the cave. However, after searching every corner of the cave, he discovered that there was no possibility of anyone hiding inside. He even used his incomparably tyrannical divine sense to knock on every side of the cave wall. However, he still couldn't find any hidden holes. The group of soul formation stage cultivators above did not know the situation inside the cave. Thus, they couldn't understand what he was hesitating about. What the hell? Baikong's eyes narrowed into slits. He thought to himself, I want to see what kind of divine being would be able to take something from under my nose. He reached out and took out 2 storage pouches. With a light toss, the 2 pouches seemed to be carried by a pair of invisible hands. They slowly flew into the cave. Then, they made a turn and fell to the ground after reaching the bottom of the cave. Originally, 1 storage pouch could have contained everything. However, he purposely split them into 2. His goal was to create a slight difference in quantity. Don't look down on this slight difference. For people at their level of cultivation, a slight difference at a crucial moment could be a fatal difference. He believed that the person who dared to take advantage of him would definitely not have a cultivation lower than his. Thus, he made some preparations for the details. Baikong suddenly let out a muffled groan in disbelief. His eyes widened. His divine sense had followed the storage pouches into the cave. He had always been vigilant of his surroundings. However, the moment the storage pouches fell to the ground, he suddenly felt another person's divine sense fluctuation. Before he could figure out where it came from, the 2 storage pouches on the ground mysteriously disappeared. What's wrong with Baikong? What did he see? Why is he so shocked? The group of soul formation stage cultivators above whispered to each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of being blamed by Baikong, they would have already gone down to investigate. They didn't see the situation inside, so how could they understand how shocked Baikong was right now? To be exact, Baikong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His face was filled with horror. To be able to take away 2 storage pouches right in front of his eyes was simply unimaginable. He had seen Bai Changchun's cultivation before. However, even if Bai Changchun personally came, with others blocking the cave entrance, it was impossible for Bai Changchun to take away the things in front of him without anyone noticing. Heavens! Could it be that there's someone in this world whose cultivation is higher than Bai Changchun's? Or is it an immortal descending from the heavens to target me? Baikong swallowed his saliva with difficulty. At this moment, in the cave where Wufeng and his family were imprisoned in Utopia, Yu Qianqiu, who was dressed in black and had his face masked, quickly injected his divine sense into the 2 storage pouches. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and laughed at the wounded Wufeng. Your grandfather, Baikong, is indeed a man of his word. 200 million upper-grade spiritual stones are not a small amount. You're rich. As expected of the owner of the World Trading Company, haha. He put them away. Wufeng looked at the whip marks on his youngest son's body and said angrily, Who are you? Since you know that my grandfather is the owner of the World Trading Company, how dare you torture my family? Aren't you afraid that my grandfather will settle the score with you? Yin Baikong is nothing to me. Yu Qianqiu sneered. Seeing that Yin Wufeng was about to bite, he waved his hand and said, "This guy is itching for a beating. I'll give him a good memory before I leave. Beat him." Wham! A masked man in black waved the rattan in his hand, causing Yin Wufeng to wail and roll on the ground. Her family of women and children were so frightened that they burst into tears. "How dare you talk back to me? You don't even have the awareness of being a prisoner." Yu Qianqiu waved his hand again and said, "Forget it. A few lashes will do. It'll be bad if he dies. Yin Baikong will scold me for not keeping my word. Damn it, I'm the most trustworthy person." Yin Wufeng was unrepentant. He glared at Yu Qianqiu fiercely. Yu Qianqiu chuckled and said, "Don't look at me. Your grandfather has paid the ransom, and will send you back soon. You should take care of your wife and children. If your grandfather refuses to pay the ransom, your family will have to part forever." "What do you mean?" Yin Wufeng's eyes widened as he roared. "Nothing." Yu Qianqiu chuckled and said, "Your grandfather has paid the ransom, so of course I have to send you back. But I'm only paying the ransom for you. Do you understand what I mean?" "Despicable. Shameless." Yin Wufeng roared. "You said you'll let my family go once you get the ransom. You're not keeping your word." Yu Qianqiu's gaze turned cold as he waved his hand lightly. Wham! The masked man beside him immediately lashed out with a whip, causing Yin Wufeng, who had just struggled to get up, to scream and roll on the ground. "I've always been a man of my word. I'm a man of my word. And I'm a man of my word." Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, "Raise your arrogant head and think about it. I've always said that I'll let you go once I get the ransom. When did I say that I'll let your family go? I hate it when people slander me." Yin Wufeng trembled with anger. He carefully thought about what the other party had said, and it was true. The other party did not say that he would let his family go once he got the ransom. He only promised to let him go. However, the other party's confusing words were clearly hinting to him that you represented his family. Now that the other party had gone back on his word and his family was in the other party's hands, what else could he do? "What do you want so that you'll let my family go?" Yin Wufeng roared. "Well, I'll help you think about it." Yu Qianqiu turned around with his hands behind his back before he suddenly nodded and said, "What do you think about this? I'll send you back first, and you can ask your grandfather for another 100 million upper-grade spiritual stones as ransom. Once I get the money, I'll immediately let your family go." Yin Wufeng was completely speechless as he stared at Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu sighed and said, "Don't look at me with such resentment. This price is already very fair. Think about it, you're worth 200 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Don't tell me that all your wives and children aren't even worth 100 million to you. Will you go back on your word when the time comes?" Yin Wufeng gritted his teeth and spat out word by word. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and said, No. Listen carefully this time. As long as I get another 100 million superior grade spirit stones as ransom, I guarantee that I will return your entire family to you safe and sound, allowing you to reunite with your family." "All right, I promise you." Yin Wufeng gritted his teeth and said, "But I also have a favor to ask of you. I hope you can promise me." Yu Qianqiu was slightly stunned and said, "Tell me first and see if I can do it. I won't go back on my word. Perhaps I won't be able to get 100 million upper-grade spiritual stones in a short period of time, but I'll get it sooner or later." Yin Wufeng turned to look at his wife and children behind him and said, "I beg you to give me some time." Yu Qianqiu looked at him with a burning gaze and sighed in his heart. At least he's a man with a conscience. He's not as bad as Yin Baikong was described in the Jade Archive. But I'm not bad either. I've only given you some physical pain and a little shock. I didn't do anything to you, and I haven't taken any of your lives yet." He remembered that in order to use the captured cultivators to scare this family, he had already killed them. Yu Qianqiu coughed and walked over to Yin Wufeng. He squatted down and patted Yin Wufeng's shoulder and said, "Don't blame me. Your grandfather, Yin Baikong, did something even worse than me. I'm only doing this to seek justice for those who died. I'll agree to your request, but I'll only give you 10 days. I won't wait after that. Yin Wufeng nodded silently. Yu Qianqiu smiled and told him a few things to note when handing over the ransom. Then he placed a finger on Yin Wufeng's neck and knocked him out. Then he grabbed him and carried him out of the cave. The women and children in the cave immediately cried nonstop, as if they were going to be separated by life and death. Little did they know that Yu Qianqiu had already made up his mind. Even if he couldn't get a single spiritual stone, he would still release them when the time came. On the other side, Yin Baikong saw that the 2 storage pouches had disappeared for a long time, but the other party still hadn't handed over the hostages. He subconsciously thought that he had been fooled. He was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was his fault for not even noticing the other party's men. It was simply embarrassing if word got out. Chapter 479. His hands that were crossed over his abdomen slowly opened up, and his 10 fingers slowly opened up into claws. A faintly discernible qi began to circulate between his fingers, gathering into a faint light. Yin Baikong's black robe fluttered without any wind. He was like a motionless mountain, but it gave people the feeling that something terrifying was brewing in his body that was about to explode. Not good. Yin Baikong seems to be making a move. The soul-forming stage cultivator at the top had just spoken, but the others had already soared into the sky. They had obviously noticed it as well. What a joke. With Yin Baikong's cultivation, once he made a move, wouldn't it be a waste if they stood too close to be affected? The surrounding cultivators also noticed that something was wrong. Seeing the group of soul-forming stage cultivators in the sky fleeing, how could they not know the terror of Yin Baikong's eruption? In an instant, figures flew everywhere, each faster than the last. Yin Baikong, who was extremely furious, wanted to make a move. He wanted to destroy the cave in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. However, just as the boundless true essence in his body was about to circulate, a weak moan suddenly came from the cave before it could be released. Yin Baikong was slightly startled. His divine sense was like lightning, filling the entire cave in an instant. Yin Wufeng, who was riddled with injuries, had appeared out of nowhere. He was looking around blankly as he climbed up, holding onto the cave wall as he walked step by step towards the light outside. The powerful aura that he had accumulated disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yin Baikong's forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His opponent's cultivation was too high, not just a little higher than his. He was practically treating him like a blade of grass, toying with him however he wanted. It was truly frightening. Yin Baikong had never been so afraid before. Even when he was facing the world's #1 expert, Bai Changchun, he had never felt so uneasy. The anger that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. His opponent had completely ignored his existence. Yin Baikong did not dare to act rashly, because the consequences of destroying the cave would be unpredictable. The group of soul-forming stage cultivators in the sky could not help but exclaim in surprise. They had just noticed that Yin Baikong's aura was getting stronger, and it looked like he was on the verge of exploding. Why did he suddenly retract his aura? A person walked out of the cave in a swaying manner, immediately attracting everyone's attention. After not seeing strong light for a few days, Yin Wufeng subconsciously covered his eyes when he approached the cave entrance. After a while, he let go and saw the black-robed Yin Baikong standing outside the cave. He immediately ran over. "Grandfather!" With a sorrowful cry, Yin Wufeng knelt on the ground and kowtowed while crying. Wufeng is unfilial to have alarmed grandfather's presence. "It's good that you're back. It was grandfather who implicated you." Yin Baikong's face revealed a rare trace of benevolence, but when he saw his grandson's ragged clothes and the lacerated flesh, he couldn't suppress his anger, causing his brows to tremble incessantly. He then shouted angrily towards the cave. "Who exactly are you? With your cultivation, why are you torturing a mortal?" The sound was like an invisible sharp blade, scraping the layers of rocks that had been peeled off the walls of the cave, causing them to fall to the ground. The spirit-severing cultivators in the air were all bewildered. They didn't know just how high the cultivation of the person inside the cave was to be able to cause Yin Baikong to be so fearful. Even though he was so angry, he was still able to restrain himself and not make a move. Seeing that no one in the cave replied, Yin Baikong looked around. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he knew that if he didn't act tough today, he would become a laughingstock for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. One must know that it was not shameful to submit to the world's #1 expert, Bai Changchun, because no one dared to defy him. However, if he were to submit to this nameless person, then his Yin Baikong's reputation would be ruined today. With this thought in mind, he couldn't care less about the other party's unfathomable cultivation. He shouted again, "Since you've come to me, then I, Yin Baikong, will not shirk my responsibility. Do you dare to come out and fight me?" The people in the air and the surroundings immediately whispered to each other. Yin Baikong had taken the initiative to issue a challenge. The show that everyone had been looking forward to was finally about to happen. It had been a long time since they saw a spirit-severing expert make a move. However, after waiting for a long time, the thing that everyone was looking forward to did not happen. The mysterious expert still did not show himself. Instead, they heard Yin Wufeng's pleading voice. "Grandpa, please calm down. Your granddaughter-in-law and great-grandsons are in his hands. Please save them, Grandpa. I'll send you to the side first. It's dangerous here. It's not a place for you to stay." Yin Baikong did not care about what he said. He looked around vigilantly and raised his hand to send him away. Unexpectedly, Yin Wufeng knelt down and hugged his leg, begging again. "Grandpa, please save them. Please save them. If you don't agree, they're dead." "Bastard. We don't even know where they are. How am I supposed to save them?" Yin Baikong reprimanded. Spirit stones are enough. He said that if I pay another 100 million high-grade spirit stones as ransom, he'll release my family. Yin Wufeng hugged his leg and refused to let go. "You actually believe this kind of nonsense?" Yin Baikong had the urge to slap him to death. It would have been fine if he did not say it, but now that he mentioned it, he only remembered that he paid 200 million high-grade spirit stones for the release of one person. Now he wanted another 100 million. This was simply intolerable. This was too much. The group of soul formation realm cultivators in the air were paying attention to every movement below. The conversation between the grandfather and grandson left them speechless. This kidnapper was too greedy. He was not satisfied with just 200 million and released the people in batches. He even wanted to get 100 million. Did he think spirit stones were rocks that could be picked up as he pleased? "Grandpa, I beg you, try again. He promised me that he'll release everyone after he gets the spirit stones." Yin Wufeng begged. "Let go." Yin Baikong said in a low voice. "If you don't let go, I'll kill you too." "No, that person is ruthless. If we don't get the spirit stones, they'll die." Yin Wufeng cried bitterly. "Grandpa, for the sake of my dead grandma, for the sake of grandma, try again. Just one more time." Yin Baikong's expression froze. The image of that gentle woman appeared in his mind. He had countless women in his life. Due to his high cultivation, he had lived for too long. In the end, he could only watch as those women aged. After the women's beauty faded, they naturally could not attract his interest. Each and every one of them was fed well and lived well, waiting to die. He could not even remember how many he had. Only that woman, who was also his last woman, had died an unnatural death. Instead, her most beautiful face had been forever engraved in his heart. After that, Yin Baikong knew that he had a limited lifespan. Even if he gave birth to a child with cultivation talent, he would not have the time to nurture them. Thus, he gave up on the thought of sowing more children. Therefore, among all the women, the last one was the woman he thought he loved the most. This woman gave birth to a son for him. When the son was in his prime, he followed in his mother's footsteps and died a violent death. The son left behind another son, which was the grandson kneeling in front of him. Yin Wufeng could be said to be the only flesh and blood of the woman he loved the most in his memory. Yin Wufeng's flesh and blood were naturally that woman's bloodline. Humans lived for too long. When the woman that left the deepest impression in his memory was suddenly brought up, Yin Baikong suddenly felt like he could not bear the burden. His breathing became hurried. According to the soul formation expert's estimation of Yin Baikong's character, him being able to fork out 200 million to save his grandson was already a great kindness. How could he allow someone to extort him again and again? However, the result was surprising. Yin Baikong silently took out a storage bag and threw it by his feet. Yin Wufeng picked up the storage bag and kowtowed. He then turned around and crawled into the cave. After entering, he realized that the cave was a dead end. He anxiously searched around at the end. When he recalled the masked man's words, he hurriedly placed the storage bag on the ground and looked around, hoping that the masked man would fulfill his promise. Yin Baikong's divine sense had been following his grandson all the way to the innermost part of the cave. This time he used his divine sense to seal the entire cave tightly. He had to find out where the other party's divine sense came from. Who knows, he might be able to find out where the other party was hiding. However, something unexpected happened. That strand of divine sense suddenly appeared. Yin Baikong's divine sense quickly trapped the other party's divine sense. However, not only did the divine sense come without a trace, it also disappeared without a trace. Just like that, the storage bag on the ground disappeared into thin air. How was this possible? Yin Baikong was dumbfounded. Even if someone with a cultivation as high as Bai Chongqing used teleportation, with his divine sense sealed, he would still be able to find out where they were going. What kind of cultivation was this? Just with his divine sense, he had already surpassed the realm of teleportation? Yin Baikong immediately felt his back break out in cold sweat. If he was not clear, he could still make wild guesses. If he was too clear, he would be scared out of his wits. One had to know that even teleportation could only be done if there was a path. Now that the other party's divine sense had already surpassed his previous knowledge, if the person was here personally, it would be hard to imagine how high his cultivation would be. Yin Baikong's back was drenched in cold sweat. He had never heard of such a divine ability. Bang! Suddenly, there was an explosion from a faraway mountain. Yin Baikong was startled awake and looked up. A ray of light rose into the sky and exploded into specks of light. Hua Zongming, who was in the soul formation stage group, frowned and said, "That's strange. Why would someone release fireworks in this barren mountain? Everything that happened today is strange. Let's go take a look." The 5 people beside him quickly followed him. The 6 of them landed on a mountain top and saw 8 to 9 unconscious women and children lying on the bare mountain top. Every one of them had whip marks on their bodies. There was a rock beside them with words written on it. "Yin Baikong, I am a man of my word. Take the money and release the people. Everything is settled. We will meet again if fate allows it." On top of the rock, there was a small black triangular flag fluttering in the wind. The golden word hero was exceptionally eye-catching. This action was very arrogant, as if it was mocking everyone. "We'll meet again if fate allows it?" Yin Baikong was probably going to vomit blood. Hua Zongming and the others looked at each other. "Yin Baikong, bring your grandson here. There are 9 unconscious women and children here. Let him see if they are his family members." Hua Zongming transmitted his voice to the direction of the valley far away. A moment later, the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Yin Baikong was holding a transparent ball of light in one hand. It was Yin Wufeng inside. When the 2 of them landed, Hua Zongming asked, "Yin Wufeng, take a look and see if these are your family members?" Yes. Yin Wufeng knelt down and picked up a 7 to 8-year-old child. He asked anxiously, "What happened to them? What's wrong? Grandpa, please save them." Yin Baikong didn't care about him at all. His gaze shifted from the few lines of words on the rock to the arrogant little flag. Shu Xian shook her head and said to Yin Wufeng, "They are fine. They just temporarily fainted." A group of soul formation stage cultivators rushed over. After witnessing the scene, they were all speechless. They were thinking that Yin Baikong had lost a lot of face this time. He threw out 300 million upper-grade spirit stones, but he didn't even get to see the other party's face. They didn't even know who this hero was. It would be better not to provoke him in the future. Swoosh! Yin Baikong waved his palm. A powerful airflow surged, and the rock with the words on it turned into dust. The black flag landed in his hand. He stared at the word hero on the flag with an ashen face. He didn't care if Yin Wufeng's family could withstand the aftershock of his palm strike. Fortunately, for the sake of the children, Shu Xian became compassionate. She flashed in front of them in time, and pushed out a light wave with her slender palm. Otherwise, Baikong's 300 million upper-grade spirit stones would have been in vain. He would only be redeeming a pile of minced meat. Suddenly, Baikong soared into the sky, shaking the clouds in the sky. His voice spread in all directions, sneaky, hiding, using a few mortals to make a fuss. What kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. He was currently muddle-headed from anger. He didn't care if the other party was a peerless expert or not. His voice reverberated in the mountains. Birds and beasts fled in fright, but no one came out to answer him. Everyone looked at each other and thought, maybe the kidnapper has already left. Baikong let out a long angry roar. His figure suddenly rose and fell like a black shadow, shooting between heaven and earth. In an instant, an earth-shattering rumble resounded, causing the earth to tremble. Baikong's figure crashed into 6 towering mountains in a row. The 6 connected mountains were flattened in a split second. The mountain springs were still, and the streams were nowhere to be seen. In the blink of an eye, they were covered by the soil that filled the mountain ravines, forming a vast flat land. The surrounding mountains were also affected. The towering trees were like helpless withered grass, uprooted by the strong airflow and flying in all directions. A perfectly good old forest in the mountains was forcefully changed in an instant. The spirit-severing experts also released their protective qi to defend themselves. Hua Zongming naturally wouldn't let anything happen to Yin Wufeng. If this crazy guy turned around and found an excuse to cause trouble, it would be troublesome. He immediately formed a circle with the other 5 to protect the family. Although everyone was shocked by this spirit-severing expert's power, they weren't too surprised. After all, they had seen Bai Changchun in action. The world's #1 expert was someone who could fly to the heavens and use lightning as a sword. He was even more terrifying when he went crazy. Baikong was much weaker than him. Therefore, everyone's mental endurance was no longer the same as before. However, to the dumbfounded Yin Wufeng, he only found out today how powerful a person like his grandfather was. He also understood how much his grandfather had suffered today. This was the action of a person who had nowhere to vent his anger. The suffering that his family had suffered had been thrown to the back of his mind. Chapter 480. Baikong had caused such a huge commotion that the entire Deyang city could clearly feel the tremors. The commoners were in a state of panic, not knowing what had happened. Nongzhu, who was lying on the swing, suddenly appeared a few meters away from the swing. With a solemn expression, she stared at the direction of the source of the tremors and murmured, "Could it be that Baikong and the kidnappers fought? To be able to cause such a commotion while fighting with Baikong, the cultivation of the kidnappers must not be ordinary." Just as she was hesitating whether or not she should go and take a look, she realized that the direction had become peaceful again. She couldn't help but mutter to herself in surprise, "The winner has been decided so quickly?" With a creak, the closed door was opened. Yu Qianqiu ran out with his upper body naked. He shouted at the direction of the tremors, "Who is it? Who is it? Did you have nothing better to do? Causing such a huge commotion. Can't you let me sleep?" He stared at Nongzhu for a while, then rolled his eyes. With a paw sound, he closed the door and retreated back into the room. Nongzhu was stunned and speechless. He was very sure that this brat had been staying in the room the whole time. If that was the case, it was indeed his judgment that was wrong. The kidnapping of Baikong's grandson was really not done by this brat. Yu Qianqiu happily returned to the room. He hugged Farong, who was also smiling, and started to fondle her. He took advantage of her, causing her to pant and pant. As a result, Yu Qianqiu's beastly nature erupted. He directly pushed Farong onto the bed, and the two of them started to make love again. Nongzhu's divine sense went in to take a glance, then immediately retracted it as if she was escaping. She spat on the ground and cursed. "This brat is really a breeding pig. He has already done it several times since yesterday. Isn't he afraid that his life will be shortened? How could he know that Yu Qianqiu knew that although he was a playboy, he would not be a pervert? He would definitely not watch others do such things. The reason why he hid in the room and fought with the hibiscus demon was to prevent Nongju's divine sense from invading the room and monitoring him, so that he could seize the opportunity to escape. In fact, when Hibiscus got out of bed to dress up, he had already left. The person lying on the bed was just a person he had found from Utopia who had a similar figure and was wearing the same mask to pretend to be asleep. His goal was to prove that he had always been present. Taking advantage of this gap, he successfully completed his task. As soon as he returned, he immediately ran out and shouted to prove that he was still alive. Looking at Nongju's dumbfounded look, it was obvious that he had been fooled by her. He was happy in his heart, and there was a beautiful woman beside him. Naturally, he wanted to have a good time. After a long time, Yu Qianqiu, who was in a good mood, opened the door and walked out dressed like a playboy. Nongju glanced at him and snorted. Inhumane thing. Yu Qianqiu did not bother to pay attention to her. He climbed onto the swing of the rattan chair and closed his eyes, looking like he was asking for a beating. Suddenly, there were a few sounds of people flying in the air. Yu Qianqiu opened his eyes and saw that there were 7 more people in the courtyard. He knew Wenrui, but he had never seen Hua Zongming and the other 5 people. He looked at the charming young woman and continued to close his eyes to sleep. Hua Zongming and the other 5 people also looked at Yu Qianqiu, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. They looked at him and then at Nongju, and found that the 2 of them were actually somewhat similar. Thinking of Nongju's playboy behavior in the past, it was very suspicious. "Is this your son?" Xuxin asked Nongju with a bitter expression. Nongju was stunned. She was quite shocked by this question. When she came to her senses, she pointed at Yu Qianqiu, whose eyes were wide open, and said, "Him? Is he my son? How is it possible? Is he worthy of being my son? Damn it!" Yu Qianqiu jumped high on the spot and almost directly bounced off the swing. He pointed at Nongju and shouted, "Old thing, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight?" Then he scolded Xuxin. "Who are you, crazy woman? Nonsense. Why do you have the same character as this old thing?" Xuxin was stunned. Unexpectedly, she was not angry after being scolded. There was a touch of shyness on her face, and she stared at Nongju blankly. It seemed that the sentence, "Why do you have the same character as this old thing?" was very much what she wanted. If Yu Qianqiu said that they were like husband and wife, Xuxin would be even happier. "You brat, do you want to die?" Nongju rolled up her sleeves and looked at him fiercely. "You can try. As long as you can't kill me, I will burn your purple bamboo forest in the South Sea to ashes tomorrow." Yu Qianqiu opened the big fan with a swish, and a large group of rich and noble peonies was very dazzling. "Oh, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Before Nongju finished his words, Xuxin had already grabbed his sleeve and said softly, "Forget it. Why do you care about young people?" Being touched by her, Nongju immediately lost his temper and subconsciously withdrew his hand. Seeing this, Yu Qianqiu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, "There is adultery. There is adultery." He waved the fan in his hand even more loudly. After hearing the conversation between the two, Hua Zongming and others looked at Yu Qianqiu in confusion. This brat dared to say that he would burn the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea. Obviously, he was also a cultivator. After a closer look, they found that they could not see through Yu Qianqiu's cultivation. They were suddenly shocked. When did such a master appear in the cultivation world? Why hadn't they seen him before? Hua Zongming asked Nongju in confusion. "Who is this young man? He looks unfamiliar. Why haven't I seen him before?" Nongju sneered and said, "Why are you surprised? Don't be fooled by this brat's illusion. This guy is so talented that no matter how high your cultivation is, you can't see through his cultivation. In fact, he is only at the Yuanying realm." Hua Zongming and others said, "Oh," and showed an expression of understanding. However, the doubt on their faces did not decrease. Just imagine, a cultivator at the Yuanying realm dared to talk to Nongju like this. He must have a powerful background. Humph! Yu Qianqiu snorted coldly and showed Nongju a look that said, "You dare to expose me? Just wait and see." Nongju was naturally not afraid of his threat. She turned to them and asked, "Why are you here? Is there anything I can do for you? Hua Zhongming and others almost looked at Xuxin at the same time. She did not say that she wanted to come and see. Why would a group of masters at the Huashan realm come here? When Rui was also aware of this, he immediately cupped his hands and said with a smile, I invited you to come and have a seat. Nongzhu followed their eyes and looked at Xuxin. She suddenly understood in her heart, but she pretended to know nothing. The atmosphere became a little strange. Yu Qianqiu looked at Nongzhu and Xuxin and snorted coldly, as if he knew everything. At this time, Furong walked out of the room quietly. She bowed slightly to them and pulled Yu Qianqiu, saying, Yu Qianqiu, why didn't Wenqing come? Shall I go and find her? Yu Qianqiu frowned and thought, my fake identity has been exposed. She may not play with you anymore. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly saw an old man opposite him shout at Furong. What did you call him just now? The 3 words, Yu Qianqiu, immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Yu Qianqiu. Furong's eyes immediately became a little flustered. Yu Qianqiu cursed inwardly. This last probably didn't turn around for a moment and accidentally called out. Nongzhu's expression also changed slightly. The person who shouted was Yan Ji from the Xiushui kingdom. Zi had told him that Yu Qianqiu had killed 2 foreign cultivators with the surname Yan in the 100 Flowers Valley. He knew that they were this old man's disciples. This was a big problem. Speak. Yan Ji shouted again. Nongzhu stood between them and smiled awkwardly. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. He was mainly responsible for this. If he hadn't come here, these soul formation cultivators wouldn't have come here. Otherwise, Yu Qianqiu's identity wouldn't have been exposed. Yu Qianqiu closed the fan in his hand and gently held Furong's hand, saying with a smile, It's okay here. You go back to the room first. I didn't mean it. Furong lowered her head and said, I know. You go back first. Be a good girl. Yu Qianqiu smiled lightly. Seeing that he was fine, Furong felt much more at ease. She nodded and went back obediently. Zhang Peng, who came after hearing the noise, also retreated to protect Furong at his signal. Yu Qianqiu stared at Yanji and asked, Who are you? What right do you have to yell at my people? Yanji narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I'm Yanji, a middle-stage soul formation cultivator from the Xiushui kingdom. That girl just called you Yu Qianqiu. Are you Yu Qianqiu from the Wuxia cultivation world? Yu Qianqiu put away the fan in his hand and rubbed off the human skin mask on his face. He threw it into his storage pouch and said expressionlessly, I am Yu Qianqiu. My name is Yu Qianqiu. Is there a problem? Since his identity had been exposed, he didn't need to wear the human skin mask anymore. They all looked at Nongzhu. They all knew that when Nongzhu's disciple Zi was in the Wuxia cultivation world, she hung out with this Yu Qianqiu. No wonder Nongzhu was with a nascent soul stage cultivator. They were old acquaintances. Yanji sneered and said, Yu Qianqiu, you must be familiar with Yan Cheng and Yan Fang, right? They are my disciples. What problem do you think there is? I was worried that I couldn't go to the Wuxia cultivation world to settle the score with you. I didn't expect you to come to me in person. That's great. Yu Qianqiu immediately understood. So he was the master of those 2 dead people. This was a big problem. It seemed that he had to get ready to leave. He nodded slightly and said, I understand what you mean. Your 2 disciples dueled with me, and in the end they died at my hands. Today you happen to meet me, so the master should go instead of the disciple, right? Brat, you have a sharp tongue. You want to kill me? You want me to let you go? Yanji's body was suffused with a faint killing intent. He snorted and said, Today I will bully the weak. Don't think about leaving here alive. Yanji, don't be impulsive. Let's talk. Nongzhu cupped her hands and persuaded. He is just a junior. You don't need to do anything. You will lose face if this gets out. Nongzhu, what do you mean? Do you want to help this brat stop me? Yanji narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Hua Zhongming also slowly stepped forward and said, Nongzhu, friendship is friendship, but this brat is from the Wuxia cultivation world. You promised not to interfere in the Wuxia cultivation world's affairs. Are you going to break your promise today? I think it's better to let Yanji solve this himself. You and I will not interfere. Chapter 481. So you and I don't need to interfere? Nongzhu asked with a sarcastic smile. The other party had inserted himself into the conversation, clearly warning him that if he interfered in the matter between Yu Qianqiu and Yanji, then he might have to intervene as well. It was understandable. The six of them had always been relying on each other in order to gain a foothold in the cultivation world. Hua Zongming was the owner of this place, so he had to be the first to speak. Hua Zongming, are you threatening me? Nongzhu still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. Hua Zongming shook his head and said, think what you want. Nongzhu, I just want to remind you that you won't interfere with the cultivation world of Wuxia. Of course I won't interfere with the cultivation world of Wuxia. Nongzhu pointed at Yu Qianqiu and said, if you want to you can check it out. This guy has left the Wuxia Cultivation Alliance and fought with the Daluo sect before he left. Now that he has left the cultivation world of Wuxia, he is no longer a member of the cultivation world of Wuxia. So, I won't interfere with the cultivation world of Wuxia. Pu Taidong coughed and took a step forward, saying, leaving the cultivation world of Wuxia doesn't mean he won't go back. Who knows if he's out for fun or something else? Pu Taidong, you've gone too far. Nongzhu waved her hand and pointed at the sky, saying, most of the soul-forming stage masters in the world came from the cultivation world of Wuxia. According to what you said, embark is probably a member of the cultivation world of Wuxia. They frowned and looked at each other. Yanji said coldly, Nongzhu, are you determined to go against us? I never want to go against anyone. I just want to live a free and unfettered life. You should know that, Nongzhu said lightly. Then she looked back at Yu Qianqiu, pulled out the bamboo flute from her waist, and gently stroked it in her hand, saying, but this guy exposed his identity in front of you because of me. I don't want to owe anyone anything. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. Today, I will leave these words here. Before this kid leaves Deyang City, I will not let anyone touch him. Nongzhu, do you think you can protect him alone? Mu Sang snorted coldly. Nongzhu suddenly turned around and stared at him. She said word by word, I, Nongzhu, can travel around the world freely. Do you think that I only know how to play? My Southern Sea's purple bamboo forest has been able to stand tall in the cultivation world for so many years. Do you really think that it can be exchanged for being aloof from worldly affairs? Mu Sang was stunned by his words. There was one thing he had to admit. Although few people had seen Nongzhu fight, he had never heard of him losing in the hands of anyone in the cultivation world for so many years. This alone was enough to prove that the world-famous master Nongzhu would definitely not be simple once he made a move. There was an iron law in the cultivation world, and that was, those who were famous did not live up to their name. In the cultivation world, the weak were prey to the strong. No one could last long by relying on a false reputation. For someone like Nongzhu, who had been free and unfettered in the cultivation world for so many years, he had never lost in the hands of anyone. How could he be so simple? Yu Qianqiu did not speak at the side. He looked at Nongzhu in a new light. He did not expect Nongzhu to protect him when he was facing 5 cultivators of the same level. This was completely different from Nongzhu, who was always at loggerheads with him. No wonder he was his master's old friend. He felt a little bit of respect for Nongzhu. When Rui looked at Yu Qianqiu in surprise, he had also heard of this guy here. It seemed that many people here had lost in his hands. It was said that the disciples of Bing Chengzi and Yin Baikong at the end of the crossing calamity stage had died in his hands, as well as the 2 disciples of Yanji in front of him. This guy really had a lot of enemies, and all of them were top figures. He actually dared to leave the cultivation world of Wuxia and come here. The One Clan was the only country that did not send people to the cultivation world of Wuxia. Because when Lanfeng had been in seclusion for many years, the other members of the One Clan did not dare to make decisions without his consent. Therefore, they did not participate in this matter. In this way, when Rui thought that the One Clan and Yu Qianqiu did not have any grievances. Of course, he did not know that Yu Qianqiu was Bai Changchun's disciple. Otherwise, the grievances of the previous generation would inevitably involve the next generation. The atmosphere at the scene was a little strange. Yanji and the others were hesitating whether to take action or not. It was not because they were afraid of Nongzhu, but because they were worried about the person behind Nongzhu. Xuxin was the most embarrassed. If she had not pulled them here, this would not have happened. I have a compromise. I don't know if you are willing to listen? Xuxin braced herself and said, I'm all ears. Hua Zongming smiled. In fact, he was most unwilling to make a move here. Dian Kingdom was his territory, and Dian City was the most prosperous and densely populated place in Dian Kingdom. Based on the cultivation of these people, if they were to make a move, the people in his territory would be the ones who would suffer. Xuxin looked at Yanji and said, We are not in a hurry to solve this matter. Since Mr. Nongzhu said that he would not intervene after Yu Qianqiu leaves Daong City, it is better to wait for Yu Qianqiu to leave Daong City. What if he never leaves Daong City? Yanji sneered. Yu Qianqiu finally spoke. He raised his eyebrows and said, If I want to leave, how many people in the world can stop me? Nongzhu glanced at him and thought, You haven't learned your master's skills, but you have learned your master's arrogance. Oh, when are you going to leave? Hua Zongming asked with a smile. It was quite funny that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. When it is time to leave, I will leave, Yu Qianqiu replied. Yanji immediately mocked. What do you mean when it is time to leave? Once the news that you are in Daong City spreads, Bing Qingzi and Im Baikong will come to settle accounts with you. In such a dangerous situation, I am afraid you will always have an excuse not to leave. Old man Yanji, you don't have to provoke me, Yu Qianqiu said proudly. You soul formation experts can't stay in Daong City every day. I have a word of advice for you. Don't send disciples at the tribulation passing stage here, lest I kill more people. Yanji's face darkened. These words were a bit harsh. The two disciples who died in the hands of Yu Qianqiu were at the tribulation passing stage. Pu Taidong snorted. Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You are only at the nascent soul stage. How dare you speak so arrogantly? It's not that I'm speaking arrogantly, Yu Qianqiu said indifferently. It's just that I think no cultivator below the soul formation stage is my match. If I am number 2, no one dares to be number 1. I have already experienced this when I was in the Wuxia cultivation world. In my eyes, no cultivator below the soul formation stage is an expert. Everyone's faces changed, including Xu Xian and Wen Rue. These words were a provocation. It was clear that he did not care about cultivators below the soul formation stage. If it weren't for Nongzhu, they would have slapped him to death on the spot. Nongzhu rolled her eyes and was speechless. This guy was really arrogant. Once these words were spread, those who were not convinced would drown him with their spit. This was a challenge to the tribulation passing stage cultivators of every country. Haha. Hua Zongming clapped his hands and laughed. Little brother, you are really heroic. I have decided not to intervene for now. I believe that your words will spread throughout the cultivation world in a few days. I want to see how you will be the number 1 cultivator below the soul formation stage. I won't do it myself, but I'll spread what you've just said. Then, I'll see how you'll die. Since Brother Hua, the host, has said so, I won't intervene for now, Pu Taidong said jokingly. He also looked like he wanted to watch a good show. Yes, this is now a matter for the younger generation. It's not good for us to intervene. Miao Hanyuan said to Yanji with a smile. Brother Yan, if you bully the young, it's a bit too much. Why don't you see how the younger generation will settle it first? That's right. Mu Sang also nodded. Brother Yan, I think so too. Sister Xu Xian, what about you? Me. Xu Xian looked at Nongzhu and said, I have no opinion. I will follow the opinions of my brothers. Yanji naturally understood what everyone meant. He immediately laughed and said, Yu Qianqiu, I wanted to give you a quick death. Since you are looking for trouble, I will fulfill your wish. I will also do you a favor for Mr. Nongzhu. After that he flew away. There was nothing more to say at this point. Of course he wouldn't stay any longer. Hua Zongming and the others all cupped their hands at Nongzhu and also flew away. Only Xu Xian said to Nongzhu helplessly before she left, I really didn't mean it. As soon as they left, Nongzhu immediately poked Yu Qianqiu's forehead and scolded. Is there something wrong with your head? They won't dare to touch you with me here. What are you trying to do? You are the one who has a problem with your head. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand away and said, this is called goading. If I don't say this, even if old man Yanji doesn't make a move now, he'll still keep a close eye on me. I can't stand being watched by a master in the soul formation stage every day. Goading? Nongzhu scolded. Goading is more like goading. You've goaded yourself into it, haven't you? When the time comes, all the cultivators in the crossing calamity stage will come one after another. Let's see how you will deal with them. Who the hell will deal with them? They are not my family members. I will kill every one of them. I will kill every pair of them until they don't dare to come. Yu Qianqiu sneered. He thought to himself, I am not afraid of cultivators in the crossing calamity stage. I have more than 1,000 cultivators in the crossing calamity stage who are good at fighting. Who dares to compete with me in numbers? Fine. As long as you leave Daong City, I don't care. I want to see how many people you can kill. Nongzhu looked disappointed. Damn it. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, would my fake identity have been exposed? Since I can't play dirty, I will play hard. Who is afraid of who? Yu Qianqiu said grumpily. I will kill as many as they come. When Rui was speechless when he saw the two of them openly discussing killing in front of him. He was thinking of sending a message to the one family to restrain them from joining in the fun. He would consider it as giving Mr. Nongzhu face. Otherwise, he would really send 2 cultivators in the last stage of the crossing calamity stage to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. When Rui didn't want to listen to Yu Qianqiu's bragging anymore, he said goodbye and left the yard. Nongzhu also landed on the swing angrily and took a nap. Yu Qianqiu knew that he was doing this for his own good. He didn't want to quarrel with him anymore. When he walked to the door of the room, he stopped, as if he thought of something. He walked back to the swing, grabbed the rope and gently swung it. Nongzhu opened his eyes and looked at him. He said, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. What do you want to say? Yu Qianqiu didn't mind that his words were sarcastic. He said bluntly, I have a favor to ask of you. Nongzhu sat on the swing. Although it was comfortable to be swung, he didn't show any mercy. You are known as the most powerful person in the world below the soul formation stage. Do you still need to ask me for something? When you leave, help me bring Furong to Obedient Sky Island. If my master doesn't want her to stay, help me bring her to your purple bamboo forest. Just treat it as letting her accompany Ze. Yu Qianqiu slowly said. He didn't want to send Furong away. The key was that he was afraid that something might happen to her in the current situation. He wanted to send Furong directly to Utopia, but he hadn't thought of how to explain it to Chu Pinger. No woman would be willing to share a man with another woman, right? He was feeling very conflicted. He liked all these women and wanted them all, but he didn't want to hurt them. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of a perfect solution. It was really a headache. He had to stop them from seeing each other for the time being. Furong? Nongzhu was stunned and pointed to the room. Is she the mortal girl who slept with you? What you said is so unpleasant. It simply tarnishes Mr. Nongzhu's elegant reputation in the world of cultivation. Yu Qianqiu pushed the rope and swung the swing. He said, she is not a mortal. She is also a cultivator in the middle stage of bearing essence. She is also a cultivator? Is it possible? Nongzhu began to doubt his judgment. He had been wrong these days. Yu Qianqiu didn't hide it from him. I made some restraining breath pills. After taking them, others can't easily see through my cultivation. Restraining breath pills? I've heard of it. It seems to have been lost. I didn't expect you to be able to make it. Nongzhu suddenly became interested. A sudden pressure was generated, and the swing immediately stopped moving. He reached out and said, give me a few pills. Let me go and scare your master. No problem. I'll give you a bottle for you to play with. But you have to agree to my conditions first. Yu Qianqiu said. Nongzhu jumped off the swing and looked at him while pinching his chin. This guy has 7 orifices exquisite pill, and restraining breath pills. They are all lost treasures. It seems that he really got the true inheritance of the Dan Grandmaster. I wonder if he has any other treasures with him. I am a cultivator in the middle stage of deification. Do you want me to run errands with a bottle of restraining breath pills? Nongzhu pretended to be angry. You want to blackmail me? Yu Qianqiu sneered. Ziyi took a priceless treasure from me. I didn't even say a word. Now you want to blackmail me? Fine. I don't need your help. You either ask Ziyi to return the priceless treasure to me, or you give it to me in spirit stones. I'm not picky. Chapter 482. Ziyi took your priceless treasure? How come I've never heard her mention it? Nongzhu asked suspiciously. Don't try to fool me. What is it? It's very precious. There's only one of it in the whole world. Yu Qianqiu said bitterly. I used countless demon cultivators and ghost cultivators in the demon ghost realm. I searched the entire demon ghost realm and collected some rare spiritual herbs to refine a Rui pill. Rui pill? Nongzhu was shocked. The Rui pill you mentioned, is it the one that can keep one's appearance forever? It's more than that. After taking it, it can cleanse one's muscles and marrow, and one will no longer be afraid of any poison in the world. Yu Qianqiu covered his face and cried. It took me a lot of effort to refine one, but I didn't expect that Ziyi would take it. I want to cry but no tears will come out. I'm so sad. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, Do you think this Rui pill is priceless? Do you think it can be bought with money? I don't need your help. You have to pay me back for the Rui pill. Is it true? Nongzhu asked weakly. Yu Qianqiu immediately shouted. You can ask Ziyi whether it's true or not. She has taken it, and I don't know whether it's true or not. Don't play dumb. Pay me back. He stretched out his hand. Nongzhu was stunned for a while. She didn't expect her daughter to have such a great opportunity to take the Rui pill. It seemed that her trip to Wuxia was not in vain. When she came to herself, she slapped his hand away and said embarrassedly, Since Ziyi has taken it, I'm afraid she has already refined it into nothing. How can I pay you back? Thinking of the day when Ziyi bullied Yu Qianqiu on Shuntian Island, he had already associated the scene of Ziyi forcibly snatching the Rui pill from Yu Qianqiu and then swallowing it. Yu Qianqiu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. After that, he was bullied by a woman, but he couldn't say it. I don't care. Neither of you, father and daughter, are good people. Yu Qianqiu's expression was ferocious as he said, If you can't take out anything to compensate me, I'll just go all out and complain to my master. I'll say that you two, father and daughter, conspired to steal my Rui pill. Nongzhu coughed and waved her hand. It's just a magic pill. All right. Let bygones be bygones. I won't argue with you anymore. I'll bring your woman back to you on the way. There's no need to disturb your master for such a small matter. He's very busy with Nanming right now, so let's not disturb him. Yu Qianqiu had a miserable look on his face. He still wanted to say something to maximize his benefits. Nongzhu suddenly clapped her hands and said, I almost forgot something very important to you. I have to tell you about it. What is it? Yu Qianqiu was stunned. Boy, you're too young to play with me. Nongzhu saw that she had successfully changed the topic. She coughed and said, You know your situation in the cultivation world. Let me ask you, how much did your master tell you about the masters in the Huashan realm? No. Yu Qianqiu shook his head. Didn't your master tell you anything when he taught you? Nongzhu asked curiously. Yu Qianqiu thought for a while and replied, No, he told me to comprehend it on my own. Nongzhu was stunned and said, Did you figure out everything you learned by yourself? Yu Qianqiu scratched his head. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that since he joined the cultivation world, the three masters that he had been apprenticed to did not teach him much. Whatever was randomly thrown to him, he would treat it as a treasure, just like a dog seeing a bone. He worked hard to learn while bleeding and sweating. He walked step by step in constant failures and attempts. Among the three masters, Hao Sansi was the one who cared the most about him. Unfortunately, he was killed by the Daluo sect not long after he gave him an introductory book. Guan Weiwu of the Fuxian Island was a different story. He was taught by his master, and cultivation depended on himself. He did not even teach him anything. He wanted to learn the Guryuan swordplay, but he could not count on him. Therefore he tried to practice blindly. As a result, he made a mess of the Guthyuan swordplay. After he mastered it, he did not know if it was still the Guthyuan swordplay. As for Bai Changchun, he was a big shot. He seemed to think that his apprentice should be as talented as him. He talked a lot of mysterious words, and in short, he asked Meng Qi to comprehend it. Fortunately, he gave him the animal play to practice, but he did not know how effective it was. Master's advice has benefited me a lot. Yu Qianqiu smiled faintly. He could not say that his master did not teach him anything, could he? The person in front of him was his master's best friend. If his master heard this, he did not know what his master would think. In fact, he did not want to tell anyone about the hardships he had experienced along the way. It was not something that could be explained in a few sentences. If he said too much, people might think that he was pretentious. Only he knew how much he had sacrificed. Some things should be buried in the heart. This was his greatest wealth. He comforted himself by saying that he should not show his wealth. He would rather let others see the arrogant, domineering, cruel, and vicious Yu Qianqiu in the cultivation world. The injured Yu Qianqiu would not let him show his face in the cultivation world. It was better to be a domineering powerhouse than a pitiful person who complained miserably. He thought so and did so. He felt very good about himself, and there was nothing bad about it. Nongzhu keenly caught the faint and indescribable bitterness on his face when he said this. She moved her mouth, but some words did not come out. They were all men. There were some things in common, as long as they understood it in their hearts. But there was one thing that Nongzhu had to admire by Changchun. The mysterious skills of Yu Qianqiu were not simple. They had great potential. If Yu Qianqiu's skills were all achieved by self-understanding, then Bai Changchun really had a good eye for people. It was impossible for a random disciple to have such a high power of understanding. He should be carefully selected. But he did not know that Yu Qianqiu had never thought that he had a good power of understanding. He had always thought that he was a very stupid person. Otherwise, he would not have been killed at a young age in his previous life. So he had been whipping himself to work harder and harder. Diligence could make up for it. Nongzhu stopped trying to fool him and asked solemnly, "Have you heard of the 3 souls and 7 spirits?" "Yes." Yu Qianqiu nodded seriously and said, "Is the 3 souls and 7 spirits related to the Huashan realm?" "Of course it's related. If it's not, why would I talk to you about it?" Nongzhu said calmly, "The 3 souls are the heaven soul, the earth soul and the life soul. The 7 spirits are Tianchong, Linghuiqi, Li Jingjing and Ying. Every normal person has the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Of course, ordinary people can't detect the 3 souls and 7 spirits in their bodies like cultivators." "You mean that cultivators can detect the 3 souls and 7 spirits in their bodies?" Yu Qianqiu subconsciously touched his chest and said in astonishment, "How come I have never felt the 3 souls and 7 spirits in my body?" There was something to learn, so his current image was that of a respectful and good student. Nongzhu glanced at him and thought, "It's not all luck that this guy can get to where he is today." She snorted and said, "You wish. Even I can only detect the 3 souls and 4 spirits. Do you want to see the 3 souls and 7 spirits with your current cultivation? You must be dreaming. Only those who have reached the last stage of Huashan realm can see the 3 souls and 7 spirits. You can only see the life soul of the 3 souls." "Ah, no." Yu Qianqiu was surprised and said, "I've never seen my life soul." "Bullshit. How did you reach the Yuanying realm without seeing your life soul?" Nongzhu scolded. Yu Qianqiu scratched his head and giggled. He bowed and said, "I really don't understand. Please teach me." As he spoke, he walked to the swing, pulled off the hem of his long gown, wiped it on the swing, and said with a smile, "Please sit down. You can lie down and talk slowly. I'll swing for you." Nongzhu looked at his exposed trousers and was stunned. Then she took the opportunity and said, "Old man? Do I look very old?" Yu Qianqiu repeatedly waved his hands and smiled apologetically. "You're not old. You're not old at all. You're handsome and elegant. There's no one in the world who can compare to you. You look even younger than me, even younger than me." "That's true." Nongzhu touched his chin and lay down on the swing. He looked at Yu Qianqiu, who had lost the front hem of his robe, and said, "Boy, do you always flatter people? I think you're very good at it." No. If you want me to flatter them, they have to be qualified like you." Yu Qianqiu smiled and gently shook the swing for him. He said, "You said my cultivation can see the life soul. Is it the yuanying in my body?" Nongzhu asked, "Do you know why mortals get sick easily, but cultivators don't?" "I don't know. Please tell me." Yu Qianqiu smiled and said, "The main reason why mortals get sick is that their souls are invaded by external evils. Their souls are unstable, and their bodies will show various symptoms of exhaustion. Some people, because of regular exercise, strengthen their bodies and strengthen the stability of their souls. Because their souls are stable, it's difficult for external evils to invade their souls. That's why they seem to have stronger resistance than ordinary people." Nongzhu said with a smile. "Let me give you an example. There's a person who exercises regularly and a weak scholar. Both of them eat a poisonous food by mistake. You will discover a very interesting thing. Even if the person who exercises regularly eats more and is poisoned more deeply, it is usually the weak scholar who dies first. On the other hand, the person who exercises regularly can persevere longer. Perhaps he can even wait until someone comes to save him. That's the advantage of a stable soul." "Damn it. That seems to be the case. But it should be because of good physical fitness and strong resistance. There's no scientific basis for your statement." Yu Qianqiu asked, "Those who exercise regularly are those who practice martial arts in the secular world." Chapter 483. Practicing martial arts in the secular world or cultivation among cultivators is a way to improve the stability of the soul. But the progress of the latter is incomparable to that of the former. Nongzhu tapped on the armrest of the rattan chair with her slender fingers and said leisurely, "It's not unreasonable to cultivate step by step. The main purpose of the qi refining stage is to nourish the body with spirit stones until the body can bear the tempering." "Tempering? How to do that? I haven't." Yu Qianqiu said anxiously, as if he was worried that he had missed something good. "Tempering is the Zhuji realm. You haven't gone through the Zhuji realm?" Nongzhu turned around and said indifferently, "Don't tell me you directly jumped from the qi refining stage to the yuanying stage." Yu Qianqiu smiled embarrassedly. "So it's the Zhuji realm." Yes. How could I directly jump to the yuanying stage?" Nongzhu rolled her eyes at him and closed her eyes again. She said, "The cultivation of the qi refining stage is to prepare for the Zhuji realm. Otherwise, you will die if you force it. If you don't believe me, you can bring Immortal here and let him take a foundation-laying pill. I'm sure the pill is more poisonous than poison, and he will die immediately." Yu Qianqiu didn't doubt this. He had personally experienced the pain of the Zhuji realm. Ordinary people couldn't bear it at all. A foundation-laying pill would definitely kill them. After stepping into the foundation establishment stage, you've truly stepped into the doorstep of cultivation. What is the Zhuji realm? The Zhuji realm is to lay a good foundation for cultivation, which is also very important. Otherwise, it is impossible to extract the 3 souls and 7 spirits from the body to form the core. Nongzhu opened one eye and waved a finger at Yu Qianqiu. She said, "Without the qi refining stage and the Zhuji realm, an ordinary person will definitely die if he forcibly extracts the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Because once the soul leaves the blood, flesh and meridians of the ordinary person, the person is already dead." "You mean after cultivating to the Zhuji realm, the core in the body is condensed by the 3 souls and 7 spirits?" Yu Qianqiu asked curiously. He had never heard of such a thing before. So this was what core formation was all about. It seemed there were some things that were difficult for people at other levels to know. To be more precise, core formation is turning the formless into the tangible. It's condensing the 3 souls and 7 spirits in the body into tangible objects. Nongzhu smiled leisurely and said, "Bearing essence is like incubating an egg. When the egg hatches and matures, your nascent soul will break out of the shell. In other words, a life soul. Now do you know what a life soul is? So that's how it is. The life soul is indeed the nascent soul." Yu Qianqiu asked eagerly. What about the other 2 souls and 7 spirits? Where are they? That's not right. Didn't you say that core formation is formed by the condensation of the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls? Why did it only hatch a life soul and nothing else? You can't become fat with just 1 bite. If I want to see the other 2 souls and 7 spirits, I naturally have to continue cultivating. Nongzhu raised her hand and pointed at Yu Qianqiu's abdomen and said, the life soul you see now is actually the 3 souls and 7 physical souls in one body. Have you noticed that your nascent soul is like an unconscious fetus, forever in a deep sleep? Yes. I've never seen it open its eyes. Yu Qianqiu nodded and said, it's right that you haven't seen it open its eyes. Once it opens its eyes, it means that it has woken up and your cultivation has reached the crossing calamity stage. Nongzhu explained, your current cultivation is still in the nascent soul stage, which is the stage when the nascent soul fetus matures. When it wakes up and you enter the crossing calamity stage, that is the growth period of the baby, and the final stage of the crossing calamity stage is the sign that the baby has grown into an adult. Yu Qianqiu said, that is to say, even at the final stage of the crossing calamity stage, I can only see the life soul, but not the other souls? Yes. Nongzhu nodded slightly and said, why is the life soul called the life soul? Because it is the first life soul to be born, and the other 2 souls and 7 physical souls will also be born from it. When you can see the life soul in your dantian giving birth to the heavenly soul, it means that the nascent soul in your body has grown up and can reproduce. At the same time, it means that you have entered the early stage of the Huashan realm. So the heavenly soul is the sign that the cultivation has reached the Huashan realm? Yu Qianqiu smacked his lips and looked like he was drooling. Isn't it said that the divine realm is the divine realm? There are geniuses and gods. It can also be said that your cultivation has entered a new world and supported your own sky. That's why it is called the Huashan realm. Nongzhu looked at his greedy face and said with a smile, when you break through the Huashan realm and look back, you will find that there is a huge difference between the final stage of the crossing calamity stage and the early stage of the Huashan realm. Of course. Otherwise, why is it called the Huashan realm? Yu Qianqiu smiled bitterly and said, but I am still far from the Huashan realm. I don't know if there is any hope. If you continue to make trouble in the cultivation world, it is not impossible for you to survive. Nongzhu joked, with the speed of your cultivation, you have saved a lot of time compared to others. If you can break through the final stage of the crossing calamity stage before you are 100 years old, you will have hundreds of years to slowly struggle. I believe that even a pig can climb to the Huashan realm in a few hundred years. Of course, the premise is that you will not be killed in these hundreds of years. But according to your situation, it will be difficult for you to live until you are 100 years old. Nongzhu did not forget to add. Yu Qianqiu wanted to scold her on the spot, but when he thought that he still had questions to ask her, he could only shut up and curse in his heart. Damn it! Do you think I am like you? Without Ze, I have no worries and can go wherever I want. I have so many people I love. How can I just leave them alone? It is easy for me to plan for myself. It is not a problem for me to cultivate in seclusion every day. But how can I watch my loved ones die of old age? I want to enjoy immortal happiness together with everyone when I become immortal. Forget it. There is no way to talk to you, a person who eats and waits for death. Isn't there a middle and late stage in the Huashan realm? Will the rest of the souls come out one by one in these 3 stages? Yu Qianqiu asked. Something like that. Nongzhu nodded slightly and said, if there is heaven, there will be earth. Once the heaven soul comes out, the earth soul will be separated from the life soul. And then the first soul will be Tianchong. When the heaven soul, the earth soul, and the first soul are gathered, it will be the peak of the early stage of the Huashan realm. When the second soul is gathered, the third soul is the spirit, and the fourth soul is the peak of the middle stage of the Huashan realm. When the fifth soul is gathered, the sixth soul is the essence, and the seventh soul is the peak of the late stage of the Huashan realm. The life soul will guard the body and not be confused with the others. The Huashan realm. It's really unfathomable. 2F** king unfathomable. Yu Qianqiu rubbed his hands and said, Now that you can see the 3 souls and 4 souls, you have reached the peak of the middle stage of the Huashan realm. That's nothing, Nongzhu said disapprovingly. You are far worse than your master. Your master has 3 souls and 7 souls. I'm afraid he has reached the stage of fusing souls. Of fusing souls? Yu Qianqiu licked his lips and said, What's that? A stage higher than the Huashan realm, ascending to the immortal world. Nongzhu pointed to the sky, shook her head and sighed. When the cultivation of 3 souls and 7 souls is completed, starting from the 7 souls, they will be fused back to the life soul according to the order in which they were separated. Once the 7 souls are fused back to the life soul, he can ascend to the immortal world. Then every time a soul is fused back, his strength in the immortal world will be improved by 1 level, which is about the same as the Huashan realm. As for what exactly happened, no one is very clear about it. It's all just a legend. Damn. Becoming an immortal. Yu Qianqiu covered his chest excitedly, as if becoming an immortal was right in front of him. Nongzhu turned to look at him and sneered. Why are you so excited? You don't even know when you will break through to the tribulation stage, and you are still dreaming about becoming an immortal. Isn't your dream too far away? This basin of cold water immediately poured on him, and he was immediately brought back to reality. Yu Qianqiu smiled awkwardly and said, I'm just dreaming about it. If I have a dream, I have a goal to strive for. I'll just work hard. It's good enough that you can reach your master's level. Nongzhu sighed. Becoming an immortal? I don't know how those ancient cultivators did it. Yu Qianqiu sighed dejectedly. That's true. I don't know when my master can fuse the 7 souls. He swung on the swing weakly. I've also asked your master about this, but your master is very secretive and won't say a word about it. Nongzhu spread out her hands and said, I guess he felt that there was no hope for the fusion, or he wouldn't have gone to the East Holy Land to seek excitement. Yu Qianqiu nodded in agreement, and then swung on the swing again and said to himself, If the 3 souls and 7 spirits are fused again, I wonder what kind of realm his cultivation will reach. Nongzhu suddenly gave him a thumbs up and said without turning her head, Congratulations. It is said that when you reach that level of cultivation, besides the solid life soul, the other 2 souls and 7 spirits can transform into 3 heads and 6 arms outside the body to fight against the enemy together. That is the cultivation of an immortal emperor in the immortal world. You can pull him down and sit on his seat. If you are comfortable, don't forget to come down to the mortal world to help me. I will be very grateful. Yu Qianqiu smiled awkwardly and said, Don't insult me. 3 heads and 6 arms? Is that Neza? Neza is the cultivation of an immortal emperor? He suddenly thought of the 3rd Prince Neza in the myth of his previous life and was stunned. Who is Neza? Can he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Nongzhu sneered and said, Don't tell me you know an immortal emperor. Of course not. I'm just imagining. Yu Qianqiu shook his head and smiled. You're really imaginative. Then what else are you thinking about? Nongzhu asked casually. But Yu Qianqiu also answered casually. I'm thinking, what is the cultivation of an immortal emperor? Yes, there is a saying about it. It's said that it's a god. Nongzhu waved her hand and pointed to the sun in the west and said, It's said that after the 3 souls and 7 spirits are fused again, they can be divided again. But at that time, the 3 souls and 7 spirits will be released to cultivate. Instead of staying inside the body, each soul can become a son. There is an old legend. It seems that a god's cultivation has reached the realm where he can release all 3 souls and 7 spirits. As a result, 10 suns appeared in the sky and there was no night in the world, only day. The common people in the mortal world couldn't stand it. At this time, a god called Yi suddenly appeared. He pulled his magic bow and shot down 9 suns. So there was only 1 sun left in the sky. Yu Qianqiu stood rooted to the spot. Chapter 484. Hoi shoots the sun. It's actually Hoi shoots the sun. It's actually Hoi shoots the sun. Yu Qianqiu kept murmuring to himself, and he seemed to be in a trance. He didn't read many books in his previous life, But he was very familiar with the story of Hou-Yi shooting the sun, which was known to every household. Normally, he wouldn't even think of this kind of fairy tale, but now, he heard someone say that Hou-Yi shot the sun in another world. What was the connection between these two stories? He already had an illusion, and he couldn't tell whether he was in his previous life or this life. Nongju said without turning her head. It's a great god named Yi who shoots the sun, but I don't know whether his name is Hou-Yi or not. You won't tell me that you know Yi Shen who shoots the sun, will you? Yu Qianqiu didn't hear what she said at all, and was still murmuring, it's actually Hou-Yi who shoots the sun. Nongju suddenly turned around, and was a little surprised to see him like this. Listening closely, she realized that he was repeating the same sentence over and over again. Nongju slightly narrowed her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Her slender fingers tapped on the armrest of the rattan chair, and she didn't disturb him, but quietly waited for him to come back to his senses. However, as he waited, the moon was high up in the sky, and the night sky was full of stars. Suddenly, a shrill quacking sound of an old turtle flew across the sky. Yu Qianqiu trembled and came back to his senses. He subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the old turtle that flew across the bright moon. His eyes fell on the beautiful moon, and he couldn't move anymore. Suddenly the two words Chang'e came out of his mouth. Then he shouted again, and reached out his hand to grab Nongju, who was sitting on the rattan chair. He directly grabbed Nongju's clothes on her chest, lifted her up, and asked excitedly, "Does that great god Hou-Yi have a wife named Chang'e?" Nongju was a little confused. She was caught by him just like that, and was tormented by him like crazy. She directly burst out a curse. F***CKU. What do you mean? Yu Qianqiu was stunned. Slowly he began to recover. Nongju immediately cursed, "Bastard, if you don't let me go, I'll teach you how to hold chopsticks with your feet. Then you'll know what I mean." Yu Qianqiu came back to his senses and was shocked. He quickly let go and looked around, only to realize that it was already dark. Immediately he said in surprise, "Why is it suddenly dark?" "Bastard, you're thinking about someone else's wife. The moment you think about it, you think about the sky turning dark. You still have the nerve to ask me?" Nongju said angrily, "Damn it! How dare you touch me? I haven't suffered such a loss for 1,000 years. If it weren't for that Rui pill, I would have let you know why the sky is so dark today." Yu Qianqiu's brain was still a little numb. He only heard the first part, but not the second part. With a puzzled look he asked, "I want someone else's wife? No. I've never wanted to be someone else's wife." Nongju opened her mouth. Today was her bad luck. She didn't want to argue with him anymore. She said weakly, "You said that the wife of the great god Yi is called Chang Huang. God knows what kind of crazy you are." "Hou-Yi's wife? Are you always hungry?" Yu Qianqiu was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted excitedly, "That's right, no wrong. F***CK, why is it so hard to talk to you? Hou-Yi's wife is called Chang'e, Chang'e as in 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 Chang'e. Do you understand?" He said it effortlessly, but Nongju had a hard time listening to him. Her eyes were a little numb, and she was almost confused by him again. Who cares what he says? I'll scold him first. "Bastard! What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you even speaking human language?" Yu Qianqiu didn't mind. He asked excitedly, "Who cares what he's saying? As long as you can understand him, it's fine. Have you heard of Chang'e?" "I'll be damned if I can understand." Nongju was speechless again. She rubbed her face and answered seriously, "Who is Chang'e?" "Hou-Yi's wife, of course." Yu Qianqiu's eyes sparkled. Nongju rolled her eyes and shouted, "Hou-Yi's wife has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say that God Yi's wife is called Chang Huang? Let me correct you. She should be called Chang Yi. Since you can say it, you must have heard of it. Tell me quickly." Yu Qianqiu said eagerly. The feeling of living two lives was not good. Suddenly, he found the traces of two worlds crossing at a certain point. That feeling. He felt a little excited as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land. "What the F***CK? Nongju couldn't help but burst out again. She pointed at Yu Qianqiu's chest and said, "There's something wrong with your brain. It was you who told me that God Yi's wife is called Chang Huang. How come it's me who said it? Hey, don't go back on your words. Both my ears clearly heard you say it. Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and immediately patted his chest and said, as long as you tell me what you know about Chang Huang, I'll give you a 7 orifices exquisite pill. I won't go back on my word. Nongzhu was stunned. She thought, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Whatever, I'll get the pill first. If there's really a problem, I'll ask Bai Changchun to cure it. She rolled her eyes and nodded. Yes, God Yi's wife is called Chang Huang. I said it. Give me the pill. Then she stretched out her hand. What's the hurry? Yu Qianqiu was so happy that he asked without thinking. Tell me how you know Chang Huang first. Bullshit. If I had the ability to know God Yi's wife, I wouldn't be standing here talking nonsense with you. Nongzhu said with a serious look. She stared at Yu Qianqiu and said, there's something wrong with your brain, isn't there? Hey, I'm being too hasty. Yu Qianqiu said very sincerely. I mean, I want you to tell me what the legend is about God Yi and his wife, Chang Huang. Nongzhu pinched her chin and thought. A god who can shoot the sun. What kind of legend could he have with his wife? Fearing that he couldn't remember, Yu Qianqiu pointed to the bright moon and reminded. The legend of Chang Huang and the moon. There is a palace on the moon. What's its name again? Nongzhu wanted to make up a legend to fool him with a pill first. Being reminded by him, she was suddenly confused. After a pause, she said hesitantly, the Moon Palace? Wrong. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and reminded again. There are 3 words in total. The first word is Guang, with the word Guang. Think again. With the word Guang? Nongzhu, who was in the middle stage of Huashan realm, was now full of question marks. She looked at the moon with a dumbfounded expression, and then tried to answer in a weak voice. Guangyu Palace? Guangming Palace? Guangyu Palace? Guangyuan Palace. Hearing a lot of palaces, Yu Qianqiu shook his head and denied them one by one. Nongzhu was tormented until her mouth was dry. Finally, she couldn't help shouting. You know what palace it is. Why did you ask me? What palace is it? Guanghan Palace. After Yu Qianqiu announced the correct answer, he asked again. Chang Huang raised a small animal and planted a tree outside the Guanghan Palace. What kind of animal did she raise? What kind of tree did she plant? Nongzhu opened her mouth, and then her face twitched. She pointed at him with her trembling body and said harshly, You brat, how dare you fool me? Go to hell. Nongzhu suddenly came to a realization. Her intuition told her that this brat was usually so cunning. How could he ask such a stupid question? It was obvious that he was teasing her with the elixir, but she was like a dog seeing a bone, so she moved forward eagerly. Bang! He kicked out. Ah! Yu Qianqiu let out a scream, and he flew to the flowers 5 or 6 meters away. Shit! This flower has thorns. Yu Qianqiu's scream immediately came from the flowers. Nongzhu, are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your brain? Is there something wrong with my brain? Nongzhu pointed at her nose, and then pointed at the person who climbed up from the flowers, and said, If I continue to talk to you, no problem will become a problem. Bastard! How dare you fool me? You don't want to live, do you? Damn you, there are so many thorns, my ass. A figure jumped out from the flowers. Under the moonlight, Yu Qianqiu tiptoed as he scolded. Nongzhu, just you wait. One day, I'll throw you into a pile of thorns and enjoy you to your heart's content. Stubborn. I will let you enjoy it now. Nongzhu snorted coldly and teleported to his back. She kicked him in the buttocks as fast as a sudden clap of thunder. Ah! Yu Qianqiu screamed again, and he was kicked into the air. He crashed through the door and rolled into the room. Inside, there was a sound of tables and chairs being overturned. Inside the room, Zhang Peng and Farong, who had long been in tears, hurried over to help him up. Yu Qianqiu bared his teeth and pointed at Nongzhu. Originally, he wanted to curse out loud, but when he thought that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, he forced the words out of his mouth. You're ruthless. We'll see. Zhang Peng, close the door. As soon as the door was closed, Yu Qianqiu ran to the bedroom, and took off all his clothes. He ran to the bright part of the room naked and stood in a straight line. He said, "Farong, come and help me remove the thorns. The old man is so cruel. He sealed my dantian and deliberately made me suffer." When Nongju kicked him, she had already sealed his dantian with her hidden strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the original infant stage, the thorns could not hurt him. It took him a while to remove all the thorns. This injury was not a problem. He was not so weak. The key was that Nongju had secretly sealed his dantian. Farong and Zhangpeng could not remove it at all. For a cultivator, his dantian would be in danger at any time if his dantian was sealed. It seemed that he had to ask Nongju to be merciful. "Zhangpeng, go and have a rest. I am fine." After sending Zhangpeng away, he comforted Farong and told her not to worry. Yu Qianqiu walked to the swing outside slowly. He looked at Nongju, who was lying on the rattan chair and staring at him with a sneer. He coughed awkwardly and shook the rope. He looked up and sighed. "The moon is nice today." "Humph. It is nice. Do you want me to send you to the Moon Palace to see Chang Huang?" Nongju sneered. Chapter 485. He finally realized that when this guy needed help, he would pretend to be a coward. When he tore off his gown and scratched the rattan chair, it was so touching. Once he stopped asking for help, he could turn around and pretend to be his father. He turned hostile faster than anyone else. Now he came to show off again. It would be strange if he could be nice to him. "Well, you know I'm in a dangerous situation now. You've sealed my dantian. If someone comes to kill me now, I can't protect myself. Do you think?" Yu Qianqiu smiled apologetically. "You want me to remove the inhibition formation in your dantian?" Nongju shook her head and said, "No way. Don't." Yu Qianqiu pulled the rope and said, "If something happens to me, you can't explain it to my master." "What a joke. If you're killed by others, it's because you're not as good as them. What do you think I need to explain to your master?" Nongju sneered and said, "If I kill you with my own hands, it's a bit unreasonable. But I'm happy to see you killed by others." Yu Qianqiu didn't believe what she said. If she really wanted to see him die, she didn't have to protect him at the risk of falling out with Hua Zongming and the others. She was just saying it out of anger. Yu Qianqiu gritted his teeth and said, 17 orifices exquisite pill. Can you remove it?" "Bastard, I've been waiting for you to say this." Nongju laughed and climbed up from the rattan chair. She walked to Yu Qianqiu and stretched out 2 fingers, saying, "One is not enough. And I will take 2. Yu Qianqiu frowned and said, "You're too greedy. There are only 9 pills in one furnace. You want 2? Black or white? If you don't give me 2, I guess you won't dare to leave this door for the rest of your life. It's up to you." Nongju pretended to be calm. Then she patted her forehead and said, "I forgot to tell you that sealing your dantian is my exclusive skill. Even if your master were here, he would have to spend a lot of effort to do it. Don't dispel it recklessly. Don't blame me if you destroy your dantian by force." Yu Qianqiu pointed at him and said bitterly, "To think that I trusted you so much. Otherwise, how could I have given you the chance to seal my dantian? All right, I guess I'm unlucky. 2 it is. I agree." "Haha." Nongju laughed and said, "Why didn't you say yes earlier? Why did you have to talk so much nonsense?" As she said this, she pinched out a messy finger incantation and slapped it into Yu Qianqiu's abdomen with several white lights. Yu Qianqiu let out a sigh of relief as the Zhen Yuan in his body began to circulate once more. The feeling of having one's fate controlled by someone else was too terrifying, even more terrifying than death itself. It was the feeling that he wanted to get rid of the most in his life, and that was why he had fought so hard to get rid of the shackles that bound him. Nongju stretched out her hand and said, "Am I good enough? Work first, then take the items. Now give me the spirit pills. Do you think I'll give it to you just because you said so?" Yu Qianqiu snorted inwardly and shrugged his shoulders. "We'll talk about it later. Anyway, you're not in a hurry to use them." "What do you mean?" Nongju's face darkened. "How dare you fool me? If I can seal you once, I can seal you again. It's useless even if you're unhappy. I don't have the spirit pills with me. Even if you seal me 10 times, I won't be able to give them to you. Yu Qianqiu said helplessly. If I carry such a precious thing with me and the news spreads, it will attract covetous eyes from others. Wouldn't I be seeking death then? You'd better not lie to me, or I'll make you cry. Nongzhu squinted her eyes and said, Where are the spirit pills? Tell me, and I'll go and get them myself. That's fine. However, I have to make it clear. You can only take 2. You cannot touch the rest. Yu Qianqiu said seriously. Once you know where it is, it's not up to you to decide. Just wait and beg me. Nongzhu's face softened a little. She said, Don't worry. I'm a man of my word. I'll only take what belongs to me. I won't touch other people's things. Damn. Those who say they're trustworthy are usually the most untrustworthy. I'm 100% sure of this. Yu Qianqiu thought for a while and nodded. Last time when I went to the Moon Clan with Zi, Qianghua Fairy wanted to introduce us to the Cultivation Alliance. I was worried that I would offend too many people, and it would not be safe to bring the spirit pills to the Cultivation Alliance. So I left the spirit pills with Qianghua Fairy. Hearing this, Nongzhu's face turned green. Her instinct told her that this guy was playing with her again. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the spirit pills were in Qianghua Fairy's hands? Yu Qianqiu continued as if nothing had happened. Of course, Qianghua Fairy doesn't know it's a spirit pill. You'd better not tell her when you go to get it. The fewer people who know about it, the better. By the way, the spirit pills are sealed with hell iron. It can block spiritual consciousness from seeing them. You need to use the secret code when you go to get it. Otherwise, Qianghua Fairy won't give it to you. There was a secret code? Nongzhu was a little surprised. She kind of believed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. She asked suspiciously, What secret code? Yu Qianqiu explained. When you find her, you tell her to take the thing that Yu Qianqiu left with you. She will say, The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. And you will say the pagoda suppresses the river monster. Then she will give it to you. Nongzhu's face twitched. She said in a low voice, Why did you leave it with her? Because of you. Yu Qianqiu said in surprise. You are talking nonsense again. It has nothing to do with me. Nongzhu stared at him. There are 3 reasons. Yu Qianqiu counted on his fingers and said, First, you didn't see how intimate Fairy Jasper was when she saw Z. I saw that the 2 of them looked so similar, so I felt that the 2 of them must be related. After that, I heard some clues from her words. Z should be the daughter she had with you. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Nongzhu's face was gloomy. She put down her raised hand. Yu Qianqiu coughed and continued. I am Zi's friend. She won't say anything if I leave this thing with her. Second, the elixir is sealed by hell iron. My divine sense can't see what's inside. Thirdly, I believe that you, Mr. Nongzhu, have good taste as well. Those who are able to get into bed with you and give birth to children must be of good moral character. Enough. Nongzhu turned sideways and said in a low voice, You can get it by yourself later. Just remember that you owe me 2 elixirs. Don't try to renege. Yu Qianqiu patted his chest and said, Don't worry. I live by my credit. You don't have to worry. Don't talk to me about your bullshit credit. Nongzhu shouted, Go back to your woman. You like to play? I will play with you anytime. Yu Qianqiu was very happy. He cupped his hands and turned around to leave. But after a few steps, he frowned again. He came back and asked, Senior Nongzhu, there is something I really want to know. I sincerely want to know. Nongzhu stared at the night sky in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. She answered calmly, Say it. About the legend about Ishan shooting the sun. How much do you know? Can you tell me everything you know? Yu Qianqiu took a breath and said. For this legend, he suddenly had an indescribable expectation. He didn't know what he was expecting. It was vague and vague. Nongzhu turned around and said with her eyes shining. You seem to be very interested in this. Why? Worship. I am fascinated by the worship of a powerful man. That was all he could say. No one would understand what happened in his previous life, and there was no need for him to say it. I have only heard about this from the former torture master of the demon ghost region. He said that there was a great god named E who destroyed the 9 suns in the sky with 9 arrows in a row to save the world. I have been fascinated and asked him about it, but he only said that it was an old legend and shouldn't be taken seriously. That's all I know. As for the wife of Ishin you mentioned, I have never even heard of her, not to mention the palace, raising animals or planting trees. Nongju paused and said, if you want to know more, you can ask your teacher. As the current torture master, he may know more than me. I see. Yu Qianqiu let out a breath, nodded with disappointment and said, I won't bother you anymore. He turned around and left slowly. However, when he walked to the door, Nongju called him again. Come back, I almost forgot to tell you one thing. Yu Qianqiu's eyes shone. He hurriedly ran back and asked, Elder Nongju, do you remember any legend about Ishin? Don't mention Ishin to me again. I have told you everything I know. Nongju looked at him with puzzlement for a long while, as if there was something she couldn't figure out. Then she said, You're too noisy. If you hadn't mentioned Shuntian Island and your master just now, I would have forgotten about it. When I left Shuntian Island, your teacher suddenly sent me a message and asked me to ask some questions for him. I will tell you everything I know. Yu Qianqiu immediately folded his hands and stood up respectfully. Nongju nodded and said, Your teacher said that because of your low cultivation, he was still worried about letting you travel alone. He asked me to ask you which one do you think is more powerful, the fire magic or the water magic? Well. Yu Qianqiu scratched his head and said, I have fought with people many times and found that the water magic is almost useless when I meet masters. Instead, the fire magic always helps me win. So the fire magic should be more powerful. Your master said that if you say that the power of fire and water arts is as great, then there's no need to say anything else. He won't be too worried about your ability to protect yourself when you travel around the various countries. Nongju sorted out her thoughts and continued. If you say the fire magic is more powerful than the water magic, he asked me to tell you something else. I will listen to your advice, teacher. Yu Qianqiu was a little excited. Although his teacher didn't talk much, once he opened his mouth, every word was like a gem, absolutely without any nonsense. Listen carefully to your teacher's original words. Nongju said, water and fire are two extremes. The operation of the way of heaven is about balance. Where there is yin, there must be yang. Therefore, there is no such thing as fire being more powerful than water. If you think fire is more powerful than water, then you are totally wrong. The reason why you think so is that you haven't understood the mystery in it, or you haven't used it well. As I said, if you use it well, you will be invincible. The key of the fire magic is to release fire and defend the enemy with yang. The water magic is yin, and yin and yang are opposite to each other. When fire is released, water is withdrawn. Only by releasing and withdrawing can you follow the way of heaven. Yes, that's what your teacher said. Nongju poked her head over and asked softly, What is your teacher talking about? I am confused. Do you know what it means? Tell me. When the fire is released, the water comes in. Yu Qianqiu murmured to himself with a dull expression. He didn't reply to Nongju and walked to the side of the flower bed alone. He raised his palm towards the flowers under the moonlight. Hey, I asked you a question. Nongju's voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes gradually widened. She saw the seedlings and flowers in the flower bed were rapidly withering. Chapter 486. There were a total of 3 flower beds in the yard, distributed on both sides and in the middle. Yu Qianqiu was facing the middle one. This flower bed was the largest, occupying nearly half of the yard, and there was a big tree in the middle. The flowers were delicate under the moonlight, and the green leaves were glowing faintly. However, all of this changed after Yu Qianqiu attacked with his palm. The color of life faded instantly. The flowers and green leaves withered and shrunk, as if they were facing the cold winter. The big tree made a muffled sound, and the withered leaves fell. Nongju had never seen such a phenomenon, and his face was full of disbelief. The leaves of the big tree fluttered, and the sound of rustling was endless. It did not take long for all the leaves to fall. The big tree had withered, and it showed its loftiness under the moonlight. Nongzhu turned his head slowly, and looked at the young man beside him in horror. Yu Qianqiu looked calm, and his palm was still in the air. He looked extremely serene under the moonlight, as if he was a god who controlled life, and grasped the growth rings of time with a snap of his fingers. If I want you to wither, how can you let flowers bloom? And how can you be lush and green? Nongzhu believed that with his cultivation, it was not a problem to turn the whole flower bed into powder in an instant. However, it was impossible for him to make the flowers and trees in the nursery grow rapidly across time and space without any effort. This was already a miracle. Nongzhu thought so. Only Yu Qianqiu himself knew that this had absolutely nothing to do with a miracle. It was just that his master's words reminded him. The power of the fire formula was to burn, and it was impossible for the water formula to submerge the enemy with water. Even if the water was turned into ice, the ice would be disintegrated in an instant, and it would be difficult to give the enemy a fatal blow. At that time he was thinking, stop? How can the water formula resist the enemy? His eyes fell on the flowers and trees, and he suddenly realized some common sense from his previous life. The bodies of animals and plants contained a lot of water. Without the support of water, it meant that they lost their lives. Since he could absorb the water elements from lakes and rivers, why couldn't he absorb the water elements from animals and plants? Thus, he activated the water incantation and enveloped the entire flower bed. Sure enough, as he had hoped, the thousands of flowers and trees did not have the slightest resistance, and were instantly sucked dry by his palm, turning into water elements and stored in his body. The flowers and trees in the flower bed also lost all signs of life in an instant. What a domineering spell! Yu Qianqiu looked calm on the surface, but he was deeply shocked by himself. He had used the water incantation many times. Other than feeling that it was miraculous, he really didn't feel that it was very powerful. He didn't expect that after changing the way he used it, it would actually be so overbearing. It was unbelievably overbearing. Yu Qianqiu now truly understood Bai Changchun's words. Use it well and you will be invincible. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Bai Changchun. He had never practiced water arts before, but based on his own understanding of the heavenly Tao, he was able to speculate how to use water arts to unleash their power. The #1 expert in the world was indeed not someone to be trifled with. Just his ability to see through everything in the world was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Yu Qianqiu was sincerely convinced and a little touched. From Nongzhu's words, he could tell that Bai Changchun's eyes were like torches. Obviously, he had already guessed the mystery of the water incantation, but he had never told him personally. According to his style of doing things, he guessed that he wanted him to comprehend it. But because he was worried that he would encounter danger when he traveled among the countries, he used Nongzhu's words to enlighten him and help him. It was completely to let him have more skills to defend himself. Nongzhu casually picked up a withered flower branch and pinched it in her hand. Immediately, it turned into powder. It was indeed dead, without any signs of life. Nongzhu was dumbfounded. Boy, how did you do that just now? Hearing this, Yu Qianqiu sobered up and sighed slowly. He bowed piously to the direction of Shuntian Island and said, "Thank you, Master, for pointing out the right path and enlightening me." Then he bowed to Nongzhu and said, "Thank you, Master, for passing on the message." Nongzhu threw away the thing in her hand and patted the dust on her palm. She grabbed Yu Qianqiu's arm and asked curiously, "You mean everything that happened just now was because of the few words I passed on to old Bai? There is such a big mystery hidden in these few words?" "Yes." Yu Qianqiu nodded and said with a smile, "To me these few words are like a golden bell. It is thought-provoking and has solved the puzzle that I have been puzzled for a long time." Nongzhu witnessed everything in front of her. She really could not imagine that just because of a few words, a Yuanying stage cultivator could immediately become so powerful. This pair of master and disciple was too amazing. She immediately muttered the words that Bai Changchun wanted her to pass on to old Bai. Then she asked suspiciously, "These few words are so powerful? Why didn't I hear it?" "Everyone can hear it." Then why would my master pass it on to me through your mouth? Yu Qianqiu smiled and said, I just learned a set of magic arts from my master's words. I don't know how powerful it is. Do you want to have a try? Let me have a try? Nongzhu subconsciously looked at the withered flower bed and said suspiciously, Are you going to try it on me? Yu Qianqiu smiled embarrassedly and said, I just learned it, so I don't know how powerful it is. Senior, you have a high cultivation level. I want to try it on you, so that you can evaluate the power of my magic arts. Nongzhu glanced at the withered flower bed again, and thought that this magic art was a bit strange, thinking that if she also became an old man in an instant, it would be very interesting. This thing could not become young again, right? She was shocked and coughed twice and said, There is a big gap between our cultivation levels. It is useless to try it on me. You'd better find someone who has a similar cultivation level as you to try it. After saying that, she turned around and left. She didn't want to say anything more. Yu Qianqiu shouted, Don't go. I'm afraid that my magic art is too powerful. If I try it on someone else, they will die. You have a high cultivation level, so it should be no problem. Hearing this, Nongzhu quickened her pace. She scolded in her heart, Bastard, I know it is too powerful, but I still let you try it, unless there is something wrong with my head. Could it be that you are scared? Yu Qianqiu shouted. Nongzhu, who walked to the swing, stopped and turned back with a sneer. Are you kidding me? How can I be afraid of you, who is only in the Yuanying realm? She added in her heart, I'm afraid that your magic art is too strange. There is no need to take risks for something that I don't know the details of, and that is not good for me. Yu Qianqiu came over and said with a smile, Don't worry, I won't delay you. I just want to try it casually. I want you to help me evaluate how useful it will be if I fight against an enemy. Nongzhu said coldly, Go away, don't come near me, I want to rest. If you keep talking, don't blame me for sealing your dantian again. I won't release it for you no matter what. Yu Qianqiu was stunned, but he did not force her. He walked into the house, ready to find someone else to try it. He probably did not know that Nongzhu cherished her appearance the most. Otherwise, she would not look like a middle-aged man at this age. She really spent a lot of cultivation to maintain it. In fact, Nongzhu was not afraid of the power of the magic art, but she was afraid that the magic art was too strange. It would turn her blue face into a white-haired old face, which was more painful than killing her. Therefore, she simply chose to avoid it. She really did not dare to take the risk. He had wandered around the world and understood that there were many strange and mysterious things that could not be determined by the level of cultivation. The Prime Minister of Dayang Kingdom, Yin Wufeng, returned. Many people in the court sighed. Why did he come back? Those bandits who killed and robbed people were all good-for-nothings. Weren't they bloodthirsty? He did not cause any trouble, so why did he come back? In the eyes of others, Yin Wufeng's matter was a result that could be seen and guessed. People like the Emperor of Dayang Kingdom and those in the cultivation world were the ones who knew the truth. Of course, no one would announce such a thing to ordinary people. The matter gradually calmed down and Dayang Kingdom returned to normal. The martial arts competition for the Emperor's son-in-law that was postponed due to the attack on the Prime Minister's residence was once again organized in full swing. After all, it was not good to let the distinguished guests from various countries wait any longer. The entire Dayang city returned to its original liveliness. It was indeed lively, but it had to be lively. Yu Qianqiu's bold statement that he was the strongest in the world below the spirit-severing stage had already caused a huge uproar in various countries. There was a person called by Changchun who was the strongest in the world. It could not be helped. Even those spirit-severing experts had admitted it, so naturally, no one dared to have any objections. Now, a Yu Qianqiu had suddenly appeared and boasted shamelessly. Furthermore, he was a cultivator from Wuxia. Most importantly, this person was only at the nascent soul stage. Although it was said that this person had a glorious battle record in Wuxia's cultivation world, it did not mean that there was no one in the cultivation world who could make him talk nonsense. This could not be tolerated. Therefore, a large number of cultivators gathered in Dayang City to teach this fellow a lesson. Naturally, There were also people who wanted to watch the show. It just so happened that the Daang Kingdom was going to have a martial arts competition for the emperor's son-in-law, coupled with the fact that a group of cultivators had come to participate in this grand event. It would be strange if Daang City was not lively. Of course, those who came were basically cultivators below the spirit-severing stage. It should be known that Yu Qianqiu had made such a big name for himself. If anyone could kill Yu Qianqiu, their reputation would naturally rise along with it. When people talked about it, they would definitely say that so-and-so killed Yu Qianqiu. Many people usually could not find an opportunity to stand out. Now that they could kill Yu Qianqiu, who was at the nascent soul stage, it should not be a problem, right? Therefore, outside the Baiwan Kingdom's embassy, many people dressed in strange clothes appeared every day. These people were naturally cultivators from various countries. However, they all knew that there were Mr. Nongzhu, who was at the middle stage of the spirit-severing stage, and Wen Rui, who was at the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. With two spirit-severing stage cultivators in charge, although they knew that Yu Qianqiu was inside, they did not have the guts to barge in. Yu Qianqiu, who was inside the embassy, did not know what the situation was like outside, but he could guess that there were many cultivators outside who were eyeing him covetously. If he heard someone say something like that, even if he did not do anything, he would come to watch the show and see how that person died. Zai. That damned Hua Zongming, I will not forgive you. Yu Qianqiu sat on the steps in front of the house and sighed endlessly. Actually, he was no longer interested in participating in that *T martial arts competition to recruit a son-in-law. Back then, because he was unfamiliar with the situation, he wanted to use the opportunity to get to know the cultivators from various countries and understand the situation. Ever since he received Lu Wanwan's Jade Archive and gained some understanding of the situation, he already had a plan in mind. He did not intend to stay in Deyang City to play around anymore. However, he should not have been too greedy and kidnapped Yin Wufeng to extort Yin Baikong. However, who knew that someone would spread the news to the whole world, and even attracted Nongzhu over. That damn Nongzhu even lured Hua Zongming and the others over. His identity was accidentally exposed, and in order to get rid of the spirit-severing stage cultivators, he made a bold statement again. I reckon that the development of the situation is like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger. I wonder how many cultivators have come to Deyang City now. Yu Qianqiu sat on the steps and muttered to himself. Looking at Nongzhu, who was swaying gently on the swing, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to go over and carve the word bastard on that handsome face. Yu Qianqiu had asked Nongzhu to take Furong away, but that guy just had to be interested in the martial arts competition to recruit a son-in-law. He said that he had never seen it before and insisted on watching it before leaving. Didn't he know that the longer this dragged on, the more cultivators from various countries would come, and the more dangerous it would be for him? He had ulterior motives. After sending Furong back to Utopia, he had yet to think of a way to explain to Chu Pinger that he would not do something like causing a family conflict. It was too dangerous to bring Furong along with him, and the current situation was too dangerous. If he sent her back to Myriad Fragrance Garden after patting his chest in front of his father-in-law, how embarrassing would it be if he sent her back after just a few days? After thinking about it, he could only wait until Nongzhu took Furong away. When that time came, it would not be difficult for him to sneak out alone. He had already prepared a backup plan when he secretly dug a cave outside the city. If it really did not work, he could ask Boss Sang of the vast welcoming tavern to take a silver ball out of the city. Tomorrow was the day of the martial arts competition to recruit a son-in-law. In the majestic palace of Deyang City, flags were fluttering in the wind and security was tight. The venue for the martial arts competition was basically ready, waiting for the winner to take the crown and marry the princess. West Palace Courtyard, Liuxiang House, the widowed residence of the third princess of Deyang Kingdom, Zhao Qinxiang. Inside the Liuxiang house, a young woman in formal dress sat with her eyebrows furrowed. Her appearance was good, and she stared at the portrait hanging on the screen opposite her. Her eyes revealed a sense of stubbornness. On the portrait was a handsome and mighty general in armor, riding on a war horse and holding a spear. Beside the portrait was a note, Chu Xiong. This woman was the third princess of Daang Kingdom, Zhao Qinxiang. There were no palace maids in her boudoir, only her two married sisters sitting on either side of her. The two sisters had received their father's order, and specially came to stay with their sister for a few days. The eldest sister, Zhao Rongxiang, and the second sister, Zhao Hanxiang, looked at each other. The former held Qinxiang's hand inside. Third sister, why do you have to do this? Chu Xiong has been dead for many years. I think he would not want to see you like this in the underworld. Yes. Third sister. Zhao Hanxiang smiled bitterly. Since you have already begged father to hold the martial arts competition to recruit a son-in-law, this portrait of Chu Xiong should not be left. If the future son-in-law sees it, how can he endure it? I'm afraid it will ruin your sister's lifelong happiness. Zhao Qinxiang did not say anything. Instead, she stood up and walked to the hanging portrait. She looked at it and said, "A good woman does not marry a second husband. Chu Xiong, after I take revenge for you, I will cut my throat and go to the underworld to find you to apologize." After saying this, she rolled up the portrait and stuffed it into the copper incense tripod beside her. Not long after, black smoke rose. The two elder sisters were stunned by her words and actions. Chapter 487. In the imperial study, Emperor Zhaoheng dismissed his two daughters expressionlessly after listening to their report. The two girls looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect their father to have no reaction at all. However, they did not dare to say anything. They had been married for a long time, and when they came back occasionally, they were actually trembling in fear when facing their father. Once they stepped out of the palace, it did not feel like a father and daughter meeting. Instead, it felt like the wife of an official meeting the emperor. The two girls bowed obediently and left. Zhaoheng picked up the memorial on the desk and opened it. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly and asked, "Has Shirwenguang's vanguard General Zhang Peng really been executed?" Beside him was a white-haired chief eunuch. He replied sternly, "It is difficult for the spies to break through Shirwenguang's hidden sentries. Not many of them can return alive. However, it is true that Zhang Peng violated military discipline and was beheaded. I believe it is true. Shirwenguang's army is very strict. He does not tolerate people who violate military discipline." Zhao Heng's expression was strange. He admired and hated Shirwenguang. He admired him because he was a rare talent, but he hated him because such a general was not under his command but his enemy. Thinking of the 2 million-strong army occupying the western part of Wuxia, the 6 countries could not cross the border. If they made any moves, they would be attacked immediately. The gains did not make up for the losses. They had been at war for many years, even with the 6 countries working together to attack, but they still suffered under Shirwenguang's hands. In a fit of anger, he mobilized millions of troops and divided the 6 countries. The 6 countries could not fight back. In the end, the 6 countries asked for peace with Wuxia. The rulers of the 6 countries were humiliated. One could imagine how depressed they were. The emperor of Wuxia is incompetent, but he has such a general under him. It is difficult for us to cross the line. We are going to lose our lives. Zhao Heng could not help but sigh. "Master, don't worry," the old eunuch said softly. "Didn't the higher-ups tell us to bear with it for now?" After the war between the cultivation world of various countries and the cultivation world of China was over, someone would naturally deal with Shirwenguang secretly. From then on, the western part of Wuxia will no longer have such a brave general. The various countries will work together to divide the Wuxia Empire. From the fact that this old eunuch knew about the cultivation world, it was obvious that he was someone Zhao Heng trusted. It's a pity that he died. Talent was hard to come by. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Zhao Heng stared at the old eunuch and said, "Since the third young lady is determined to die, don't let the third young lady know that Zhang Peng has died. Let her continue to choose her husband." Understood. The old eunuch nodded slightly. Zhao Heng began to focus on the memorials. As he corrected them, he said, "This girl is so stubborn. She has been so devoted to a dead man for so many years. She begged me to hold a martial arts competition to find a prince consort for her. I thought she had thought it through, but I didn't expect her to actually want to find a capable prince consort to avenge the death of Chu Xiong. But that's fine too. I can use this opportunity to recruit talented generals and prepare for the future. Master is wise, the old eunuch said. Zhao Heng turned his head and glared at him. Keep an eye on them for me. Most of the royal relatives and nobles from other countries aren't doing well in their own countries. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to our country to be the emperor's son-in-law. Although they aren't doing well, the influence they have received since childhood is not something the children of ordinary families can compare with. Among them, there are many who are familiar with military strategies. There is only one daughter left, and only one prince consort. As long as the rest are talented, try your best to win them over. Let them stay and work for me. I am willing to give them high positions and generous salaries. Don't worry, master. I will arrange it properly. The old eunuch nodded. Then, there was silence in the imperial study. Today was the day of the martial arts competition to find a prince consort. The entire Daong city was very lively. The common people couldn't enter the palace to watch the competition, so they had to go to the streets to watch the participants pass by. Normally, only the participants could enter the palace. The rest of the attendants were limited. But because of Nongzhu, when Rue personally went to the palace to look for the Mi brothers. Of course, the Mi brothers wouldn't care about this. They immediately found a few tokens to enter the palace and gave them to Wen Rue. As soon as they went out, they saw a crowd. Nongzhu, Yu Qianqiu, Ferong, and Zhang Peng squeezed into a carriage and joined the long queue of people from various countries. The soldiers had cleared the streets, so the journey was smooth. Nongzhu looked outside with a smile. She hadn't seen such a lively expression for a long time. Ferong's face was also full of curiosity. She looked around. The most depressed one was Zhang Peng. After all, among them, he was the only one who was forced by his master to participate in the martial arts competition. The others were just watching the fun, but he was the one being watched. He couldn't be happy even if he wanted to. Yu Qianqiu lifted the curtain and looked at the two sides of the street. He kept shaking his head as he looked. There were many cultivators in the crowd. He couldn't tell who had a higher cultivation level, but there were many cultivators who were lower than him. He guessed that they were just here to watch the fun. Since it was like this, he might as well face it calmly. He looked at those cultivators with a provocative look. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it. Today, I'll show my face to the world of cultivators from various countries. Who's afraid of who? Yu Qianqiu looked outside with a smile. From time to time, he raised his middle finger at the cultivators in the crowd. They didn't know what it meant anyway. Boy, what do you mean by raising your middle finger? Nongzhu couldn't help but ask. Yu Qianqiu replied with an "oh" and said disapprovingly, "It's nothing. It's a custom of Daong Kingdom. I'm greeting people on the street to show my respect." Hey, I've been here before. Why haven't I heard of it? Nongzhu murmured and turned around. Without saying a word, she pointed her middle finger out of the window and shook it vigorously. His fingers were slender, and his middle finger was raised elegantly. No wonder he was Mr. Nongzhu. Yu Qianqiu's expression twitched, and he put down his hand. He couldn't associate himself with that guy. After entering the imperial city, everyone got off their horses and alighted. The gate of the imperial city was guarded by a large number of soldiers. It was impossible for ordinary people to get close. Those miscellaneous cultivators couldn't break in either. They couldn't enter without a token to enter the palace. There were some rules that even cultivators couldn't break. The Mi brothers had transferred a large number of people from the same sect from Mount Guangguang to guard around the imperial city. This was to prevent cultivators from breaking in. The guests from various countries entered the imperial city in a single file. The first thing they did was to pay their respects to the emperor of Daong Kingdom. Nongzhu, Wen Rue, and the others naturally couldn't pay their respects to a secular emperor. Mi Rushan was waiting in the imperial city. When he saw them, he immediately came to greet them and took them out for other arrangements. Only Zhang Peng was driven back by Yu Qianqiu and went through the process with the Wen family. Mi Russian carefully looked at Yu Qianqiu a few times, then led them to a sizable side hall. There were a few hundred chairs arranged in a circle. More than 10 people had already arrived. They were sitting peacefully and chatting with each other. They were probably cultivators sent by various countries to protect the royal family. Mi Russian came in and cupped his hands. Everyone, Mr. Nongzhu and Mr. Wenrui are here. The group of people hurriedly stood up and saluted. Nongzhu raised his middle finger and said, "Do as you please. Don't be polite. I'm here to watch the fun." The group of people returned to their seats with doubts. They didn't know what Nongzhu meant by raising his middle finger, but judging from his expression, it should be a greeting. Everyone's eyes then fell on Yu Qianqiu and sized him up. Yu Qianqiu felt uncomfortable being stared at. He found that there were a few early-stage nascent soul cultivators, a few middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, and a few others whose cultivation he couldn't see. Then people came in one after another. The first thing they did was to greet Nongzhu and Wenrui. Nongzhu casually raised his middle finger, which stunned the people who greeted him. The second thing they did was to look at Yu Qianqiu, who was beside Nongzhu. After being stared at for a long time, Yu Qianqiu was a little numb. He simply entertained himself with Furong and pretended not to see anything. After waiting for a while, it was estimated that almost all the people had arrived. Hundreds of chairs were almost full. Between every 2 chairs, there was a small tea table with tea and snacks on it. There were more than a dozen disciples in the foundation building realm, who kept shuttling back and forth, pouring tea and water for them. They were probably brought from the Guangzhou Peak. The atmosphere in the hall was a little quiet. Because of the presence of Nongzhu and Wenrui, the 2 cultivators in the Huashan realm, everyone was a little nervous. However, there were some bold ones who couldn't stand it anymore. They coughed, stood up and saluted Nongzhu, and said loudly, "Mr. Nongzhu, may I ask if the person sitting next to you is Yu Qianqiu?" Hundreds of bright eyes all stared at them. Nongzhu looked at Yu Qianqiu with a smile and nodded. "Yes, he is Yu Qianqiu. What can I do for you?" His tone seemed to be reminding something, or wanting to see something interesting. Yu Qianqiu immediately looked at that person. He was squarish, tall and strong. From his appearance, he indeed had the talent to stand out. "Silly bird. I am Ding Wei, a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. I heard that Yu Qianqiu claimed to be the best cultivator in the world below the Huashan realm. Is that true?" Ding Wei asked respectfully. Yes, I heard it with my own ears." Nongzhu pointed at Yu Qianqiu and said with a smile, "I can prove that he did say that." Not only did Yu Qianqiu feel uncomfortable hearing this, even when Wenrui looked at Nongzhu with some surprise. Back at Baiwan's embassy, he risked everything to protect Yu Qianqiu. How could he be suspected of selling him out now? Nongzhu continued to chat with Ding Wei with a teasing tone. The topic was getting more and more sensitive. Only their hearty voices could be heard in the hall. Yu Qianqiu squinted his eyes and looked around. Everyone was staring at him. Coupled with Nongzhu's ambiguous attitude, it would be hard for him to have a good time today. He sat next to Wenrui and rubbed his nose with his palm. He tilted his head and asked softly, "Senior Wenrui, apart from the 2 of you, are there any other cultivators in the Huashan realm? What are their cultivations like?" Wenrui was stunned. He looked at Ding Wei and scanned everyone present. Then he replied telepathically, "Apart from me and Mr. Nongzhu, there are no cultivators in the Huashan realm. There are 9 in the early stage of the tribulation passing. The rest are all below the tribulation passing stage. What do you want?" "That's good to hear." Yu Qianqiu muttered softly. Under Wenrui's surprised gaze, he coughed and stood up. Chapter 488. Nongzhu and him were separated by Wenrui. They sat in the middle, followed by Nongzhu, Wenrui, Yu Qianqiu, Furong and Wenbai. Even though he spoke softly, Nongzhu could not hear him. In fact, many people heard him. Everyone says this kid is good at stirring up trouble. Before I leave, I want to see how he does it. Nongzhu glanced at him with a smile, leaned back, and did not speak. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yu Qianqiu cupped his fists and said, "Ding Wei? Brother Ding? Have we met before?" No, this is my first time. Ding Wei also cupped his fists. Oh. I see that Brother Ding keeps mentioning my name. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Yu Qianqiu smiled. Ding Wei snorted. I'm not the only one looking for you. Based on what you said, cultivators from every country want to find you. Let's see if you have the ability to call yourself the #1 cultivator below the soul-forming stage. He then looked around and shouted. Everyone, am I right? That's right. You're a mere nascent soul cultivator. How dare you call yourself #1? With someone taking the lead and Yu Qianqiu standing up as well, the group of people immediately began to sway from their seats and jeered. Some even stood up and pointed their fingers at him as they berated him. Furong immediately became nervous. She had never seen such a scene before. Yu Qianqiu stuck his pinky into his ear and blew on it. Then he slowly looked at the crowd and said indifferently, Don't get too excited, everyone. I was just joking. I didn't even take it seriously, but you all took it seriously. It's unbelievable. The crowd suddenly became quiet. Nongzhu laughed dryly, but she forced herself not to make a sound. No wonder he was a soul-forming stage cultivator. Ding Wei, who stood up, was stunned for a while. Suddenly his expression changed and he said angrily, Joking? How dare you joke about the reputation of the cultivators in the world? What do you think the cultivators in the world are? Brother Ding, don't you think you're putting too much on us? It's not as serious as you say, right? Yu Qianqiu shrugged. Hua. The sound of chairs moving rang out. Almost everyone stood up and pointed at Yu Qianqiu as they questioned him sternly. Little brat. That's nonsense. With so many curses mixed together, it was almost impossible to hear them clearly. Yu Qianqiu was shocked. He had never been cursed by so many people at once. From everyone's extreme reactions, it could be seen that the situation was indeed as serious as Ding Wei had said. There was a hint of a common enemy. Did these guys eat rat poison? Is it worth it? It was a pity that he wasn't Stephen Chow, who could scold a whole bunch of people by himself. Otherwise he could really fight it out. Therefore, Yu Qianqiu frowned coldly at the thousands of fingers pointing at him. He was unfazed by the praise and humiliation. He planned to settle old scores with everyone after they were done scolding him. At first, Nongzhu looked at Yu Qianqiu with a smile. This brat was usually sharp-tongued, but now he knew what it meant to have the public's mouth melt gold. She had lived for more than 1,000 years, and had never seen a person being scolded by so many people at once. However, after listening for a while, Nongzhu couldn't laugh anymore. It was a mess, and she didn't know how long it would last. It was simply annoying. He immediately let out a cold snort that reverberated in the hall. The curses of the group of people finally stopped. Yu Qianqiu really had to give it to these people. They were like shrews cursing in the streets. In fact, he should have a deeper understanding of what it meant to anger the public. If Nongzhu and Wenrui were not sitting here, he reckoned that a group of people would have rushed up and beaten him up. Everyone. Yu Qianqiu raised his hand and looked around. I am deeply aware of my mistake. Because of my momentary slip of the tongue, I have hurt the feelings of the majority of the cultivators in the cultivation world. Here, I solemnly express my sincerest apology to everyone. I hope that you can spread my words and resolve this misunderstanding as soon as possible. I hope that we can bury the hatchet and build a better tomorrow for the cultivation world hand in hand. Thank you, everyone. His words were sincere, and so was his attitude. Unfortunately, he didn't get the applause that Yu Qianqiu had expected. This speech was fresh, and everyone needed some time to digest it. There was a short silence in the hall again. The innocent Furong was the first to come to her senses. She looked at Yu Qianqiu with admiration. It turned out that words could be said in such a dignified way. Nongzhu frowned and exchanged a look with Wenrui. She muttered, "What nonsense are they talking about?" Someone came to his senses and cursed. "Damn it! You are from the cultivation world of Wuxia. You are not on the same side as us. Who wants to build a better tomorrow for the cultivation world hand in hand with you?" There was a lot of cursing, but the voices were much softer. Thanks to Nongzhu's cold snort, they had calmed down a lot. Ding Wei shouted, "Yu Qianqiu, you have to pay the price for saying something wrong. How can you just apologize? If you do that, Do we still need to fight and kill in the cultivation world? Damn it. This seems to be the line I used before. Yu Qianqiu's face darkened. He said indifferently, I have let you scold me and I have apologized. What else do you want? Everyone was stunned. They really didn't know what to do with him. Everyone looked at Nongzhu. They all knew that Nongzhu was Yu Qianqiu's protection. If they angered him, no one present would have a good ending. Nongzhu smiled and drew circles on the tea table with her slender fingers. She smiled at Wenrui and said, We will not interfere with the younger generation's business. He didn't even look at Yu Qianqiu, whose face was as cold as ice. Wenrui glanced at him and was startled. He nodded slightly, indicating that he would not interfere with the younger generation's business. The two soul-forming cultivators said that they would not interfere. Everyone was emboldened. Dingwei shouted, If you are really the strongest cultivator below the soul-forming stage, then show me what you are capable of. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. You want to fight? Yu Qianqiu sneered. Dingwei didn't want to waste time. He stretched out his hand and said, I will fight you first. You are the strongest cultivator below the soul-forming stage. The meaning behind his words was clear. He wanted to fight. You think you're worthy? Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows and said, I think you're tired of living, right? The crowd was in an uproar. This guy obviously didn't take Dingwei seriously. Dingwei was so angry that he laughed and said, Whether I am worthy or not is not a matter of words. Only after we fight will we know who is tired of living. Please. The hall was surrounded by the crowd. The space left in the middle was only a few square meters. If they were to fight, they really didn't know if it would be enough for two people to fight. I don't want to fight. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and said, If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Who do you think I am? He sat back in his seat as if it was none of his business. Nongzhu was stunned. This didn't seem like the Yu Qianqiu she heard about. What do you mean by the strongest cultivator below the soul-forming stage? I think he's just a cowardly rat hiding his head and tail. Dingwei cursed to his heart's content. The crowd immediately started to condemn him again. Their words were almost the same as Dingwei's. Yu Qianqiu laughed coldly and slowly stood up. He reached out and pointed at Dingwei and said, You like to scold me? Once I make a move, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to cry when you fall. He then pointed at the crowd and said disdainfully, You are just a bunch of trash. Do you think you are worthy to bare your fangs and brandish your claws at me? Nongzhu looked at him suspiciously. This guy's words were so soft and hard today. What was he trying to do? The extremely slanderous words made the crowd feel like they had eaten gunpowder. After sitting down for a while, they all jumped up again. Someone even shouted, Yu Qianqiu, come and fight me if you have the guts. A 3-feet-long blue flying knife flew out of Dingwei's storage bag. He raised it high and was ready to fight first. Yu Qianqiu pushed his hand and said, Wait. I knew you were a coward who only put up a strong front. Dingwei sneered. You want to fight? No problem. But I don't do things that I don't have anything better to do. Yu Qianqiu glanced at the crowd in disdain. He took out a storage bag and threw it on the tea table between him and Wenrui. He pointed at it and said, There are 1 million upper-grade spirit stones in there. If anyone beats me or kills me, this 1 million upper-grade spirit stones will belong to him. Nongzhu was stunned. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? He said he didn't do things that he didn't have anything better to do. The crowd was also stunned. Was there such a good thing? Then everyone nodded in understanding. This kid was probably feeling guilty and wanted to use the situation to make people think that he was confident and was just trying to scare them. Haha. Dingwei laughed wildly. Everyone, I'm sorry. Who told me to come out first? This 1 million high-grade spirit stones is mine. What are you laughing at? Yu Qianqiu immediately poured cold water on them. This is a gamble of money and life. Anyone who wants to fight me and earn 1 million spirit stones must first take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones as a wager. If you don't have money, don't embarrass yourself. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Let the rich fight. I'll fight you anytime. Dingwei's arrogant smile froze on his face. The crowd was also stunned. The people here were not poor, but they did not have high positions in their sections. There were not many who could carry 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones with them. Nongju was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this guy admitted defeat first to make everyone think that he was afraid of them. When a group of people unscrupulously criticized him, he ridiculed them so that they had no choice but to avenge their humiliation. Then he threw out a huge bet. This group of people was in a difficult position. Nongju squinted at everyone's expressions. Most people thought that Yu Qianqiu was bullying them because they did not have money. He wanted to scare them with a huge wager to avoid a fight. What they didn't know was that this kid wanted to kill people to earn money. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It seemed that Ziyu was right. Whatever this kid did, it was mostly related to money. Dingwei, if you don't have money, get someone else to come up. Don't just stand there. Yu Qianqiu sneered. Dingwei said angrily, I came in a hurry. Where do I have so many spirit stones to bet with you? You are clearly scared and purposely used money to make things difficult for others. TSKs. If you really want to fight me, that is not a problem at all. Yu Qianqiu glanced at Mi Russian, who was standing at the side with his hands behind his back. This old thing was standing there calmly, and did not say anything. How could he let Huazongming's people watch? He raised his finger and said, It is normal that the guests did not bring money at the last minute. But I think the owner of this place wants to gather some spirit stones in his territory. If you really want to prove that you are not trash, you can borrow some from the owner. I think the owner is not so stingy. Chapter 489. Everyone looked at Mi Russian, not knowing what he would say. Mi Russian was shocked. He had been standing on the side and had not said a word. How did he get involved? Borrow money to fight? Dingwei was dumbfounded. Everyone fell into silence again. Nongju was overjoyed. This brat was really vengeful. He had his eyes on Huazongming and would not let him go if he had the chance. How did Bai Changqun get such a precious disciple? I told you you are a bunch of trash. Yu Qianqiu looked around and said, Gambling without borrowing money is fake. You have no confidence in yourself. If you really have the confidence to defeat me, are you afraid of not being able to pay me back? What a joke. No wonder people say that dogs that bark don't bite, and dogs that bite don't bark. It is indeed true. Today, I present these words to all of you, and I hope that all of you will kindly accept them. How dare you? How arrogant. The group was angered by these words. He actually called them dogs. Dingwei's face turned red as he said, Yu Qianqiu, why are you the one making the rules? Today has nothing to do with money. I'm going to fight you to the death. He wasn't going to take out any money to fight Yu Qianqiu head-on. Wait. Yu Qianqiu pushed his hand away and said to Mi Russian in a deep voice, This is the territory of your light illumination peak. No matter what, I'm a guest. Now that someone wants to attack me, is your light illumination peak really going to ignore it? We're all guests, so how can you favor one over the other? Is this how your light illumination peak treats its guests? With this accusation on him, Mi Russian knew he had to speak up. After all, he was the owner of this place. There were some rules that no one could break. He teleported between the two of them and said lightly, We are all guests. We can talk things over. Since Mi Russian had already come out to stop them, Dingwei naturally did not dare to be presumptuous in front of this cultivator in the last phase of Heaven's test. He put away the blue flying knife in his hand, pointed at Dingwei and shouted, Yu Qianqiu, you are so shameless. You said you would fight, but now you are cowering. Are you still a man? Yu Qianqiu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He cupped his hands to Mi Russian and said, High Priest, you have seen what happened. Now I need you to come and uphold justice. Nongju smiled and said nothing. He wanted to see how this guy would end up talking nonsense. How do you want me to uphold justice? Mi Russian said expressionlessly. Although they have the advantage in numbers, I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. But if they take turns and I fight one after the other, won't I have to fight more than 300 rounds? Even if I win every round, I'll be exhausted to death. Yu Qianqiu chuckled and said, I admit that I increased the bet to reduce the pressure and eliminate those who can't afford it. Do you think it's too much for me to make a small request against more than 300 people, High Priest? Russian was not in a hurry to answer. He asked the crowd. Do you think Yu Qianqiu's request is too much? No matter how thick-skinned they were, when they heard this, it was 1 to 300. Who would have the nerve to say the word too much? In the silence, Russian nodded to Yu Qianqiu and said, No one objected. Your request is too much. Is this the justice you want me to uphold? The justice I want you to uphold is very simple. Yu Qianqiu pointed to the storage bag on the tea table and said, Gambling with your life and money. If you can afford 1 million upper-level spiritual stones, I will play with you anytime. If someone can't afford it and still wants to pick a fight, then please uphold justice, High Priest. He glanced at Ding Wei, as if saying that Ding Wei was the one who couldn't afford it and still wanted to pick a fight. Ding Wei's face turned red in anger. He gritted his teeth but couldn't do anything. Russian was still expressionless. He asked the crowd, Do you all agree that I will uphold justice? After waiting for a while, no one spoke. He nodded and said, Since no one objects, then I will accept it. You all do as you wish. Then he teleported back to his original position. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand at Ding Wei with disdain and said, If you don't have the money, then leave. Don't stop other people from getting rich. When he said other people, it wasn't clear if he was talking about others or himself. If Ding Wei left obediently like this, he wouldn't be able to come out in the future. He would be laughed at to death. He had indeed reached the point where he couldn't back down. Making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and strode towards Russian and said, High Priest, can you temporarily lend me 1 million upper-level spiritual stones? If I win, I will return it immediately. If I lose, my sect will not renege on this debt. When he said this, his face was full of shame and anger. Only by killing Yu Qianqiu would he be able to wash away his shame. Yu Qianqiu scratched his nose and said in a strange tone, When borrowing money, first ask clearly if there is interest. In case there is trouble afterwards, don't look at me. I am reminding you out of goodwill. Ding Wei fiercely turned his head away. It was as if he had swallowed a fly. Logically, who would mention interest when borrowing spirit stones like this? Russian didn't rely on lending spirit stones to earn interest to survive. But since someone reminded him, how could he be thick-skinned and pretend he didn't know? He gritted his teeth and said, High Priest, about the interest. Russian waved his hand to stop him from continuing. If he really asked for Ding Wei's interest in front of so many people, then he would really offend his sect. He said indifferently, There is no interest. He already took out a storage ring and threw it over. Thank you, High Priest. Ding Wei took the storage ring and thanked him. He turned around and strode over, holding the storage ring, and yelled, Yu Qianqiu, let's see what else you have to say now. Of course I have something to say. Yu Qianqiu shrugged and said, The bet should be given to a person of virtue and prestige that we both trust. It can't be given to you or me. Humph. Ding Wei snorted and didn't say anything. Obviously he agreed with this. The two of them looked at the two soul-forming cultivators at the same time. When it came to virtue and prestige, no one here could compare to the two of them. When Nongzhu heard this, he rubbed his hands and laughed. If that's the case, then I will reluctantly do it. They were masters in the middle stage of soul-forming. Of course they wouldn't stain their spirit stones. Ding Wei didn't say anything, and was about to hand over the storage ring to Nongzhu. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianqiu shouted, Wait, I am a little worried about handing the spirit stones to Mr. Nongzhu. It's better to give it to Senior Wenrui. Everyone was stunned. Nongzhu was his umbrella. He didn't trust Nongzhu, but Wenrui? Ding Wei was about to go crazy from being tormented by this person. He didn't know if he should hand over the storage bag in his hand or not. Nongzhu also reached out his hand, but he didn't know whether to take it or not. He stared at Yu Qianqiu angrily. How dare he embarrass him in front of so many people? There was no need to explain. Yu Qianqiu just didn't trust Nongzhu. Now that the money was in Nongzhu's hands, others might be able to get it back, but it would be difficult for him. Especially his proactive response. It made people even more suspicious. Yu Qianqiu pushed the storage ring to Wenrui and said, Senior Wenrui, please take care of it for now. If I lose or something happens to me, give this storage ring to the person who defeats me. Wenrui glanced at Nongzhu, who was leaning on the chair with her eyes closed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put the storage ring on the tea table. With his cultivation, if Nongzhu didn't insist on coming, who would come to join in the fun? People in the soul-forming stage were usually heard, but not seen. It was even more impossible for them to work for others. Dingwei awkwardly took back the storage ring and didn't dare to look at Nongzhu again. He pushed the storage ring to Wenrui and said the same thing as Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu dared to say that he didn't trust Nongzhu. Dingwei didn't dare to say that he didn't trust Wenrui, so he gave the storage ring to Wenrui for safekeeping. Please. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand gently. It was about to begin. Everyone was instantly refreshed. Even Nongzhu opened her eyes, forgetting about the temporary unhappiness. Yu Qianqiu. Furong suddenly stood up. The worry in her eyes was obvious. Yu Qianqiu frowned slightly and glared at her. Furong sat back down in embarrassment. Dingwei stepped back and was instantly refreshed. Finally, he could avenge his humiliation. He looked at the young couple and laughed. Yu Qianqiu, if you have any last words, tell your woman. I'll give you the time. The surrounding people also laughed along with him. Yu Qianqiu had just put on a smiling face for Furong. When he heard this, he slowly turned around. There was no expression on his face. He asked calmly, "How do you want to die?" Dingwei snorted and nodded. "You're about to die and you still dare to talk big." The blue flying knife once again flew above his head. Yu Qianqiu spread out his sleeves and a dozen green lights flashed out, circling around his body. Everyone present stared at the green flying swords with twinkling eyes. They had heard that Yu Qianqiu could control multiple flying swords at the same time. But this was the first time they had seen it. Out of everyone present, only Nongzhu knew that these flying swords were formed from green flames. The flying swords danced around him as Yu Qianqiu walked towards Dingwei expressionlessly. He said indifferently, "If I say you're trash, then you're trash. I'll let you make the first move. I want to see who's the trash." Dingwei roared angrily, and the blue saber above his head began to spin faster and faster. One saber became two became four, until it became 8, and then it stopped increasing. Yu Qianqiu was slightly surprised. He didn't know if it was an illusion or if the blue knife was also a treasure. Swoosh swoosh. The 8 rapidly spinning blue knives were like 8 blue plates. With a swoosh sound, they suddenly spread out. Yu Qianqiu looked to his left and right. The blue revolving flying daggers had already surrounded him from all directions, and were rapidly approaching him. F***ck. This thing might be useful to scare others, but you want to play this game with me? Let's see who's surrounded. Yu Qianqiu activated his sword art. The protective flying sword immediately split into 8 green lights. They quickly clashed with the 8 flying knives, making a series of metal clanging sounds. Then he waved his sleeves. Hundreds of green lights instantly flew out from his sleeves and scattered around the hall, dazzling everyone's eyes. By the time the flying sword stopped spinning, everyone realized that Dingwei was already surrounded by hundreds of flying swords. Chapter 490. It's over. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Dingwei himself was scared out of his wits. He had never experienced the feeling of being surrounded by so many flying swords. The fight had just begun, and it had already become like this. What was the point of fighting? 8 spinning blue flying daggers quickly flew back from the gaps between the densely packed flying swords. They danced around his body, trying to protect him. However, the 8 flying knives could only protect a limited area. No matter how fast they were, it would be difficult to block the simultaneous attack of hundreds of flying swords. There had to be a loophole. Thus, without saying anything, he released his shield of vigor. Yu Qianqiu stared at him with a look of disdain. The flying swords were ready to attack, but they did not attack. It was as if they were waiting for him to prepare his defense. It was clear that he had a card up his sleeve. Everyone sighed inwardly. Dingwei was probably doomed. Furong patted her chest lightly. She could also see that her man was going to win. Nongzhu did not say anything. He had expected this to happen. If he could not even deal with a nascent soul cultivator, then Yu Qianqiu did not deserve to be the disciple of the world's most powerful cultivator. I really don't understand. There are people in the tribulation stage here. They don't come out, so why did you, a nascent soul cultivator, come out? Aren't you taking your life as a joke? Can you tell me why? Yu Qianqiu asked with a puzzled expression. Ding Wei shouted angrily. Yu Qianqiu, don't put on airs here. It's not certain who will win. The 8 blue flying knives spun faster and faster, moving quickly outside the shield of vigor. Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. How can these broken knives stop me? Yu Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said, but I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Now the atmosphere was finally not as lively as before. Only the swishing sound of the blue knives could be heard. Everyone listened attentively, waiting for Ding Wei's answer. Ding Wei did not answer immediately. Obviously, he was a little moved by Yu Qianqiu's words, but he could not show weakness. He immediately shouted, if you have something to say, say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. There's always a price to pay for doing something wrong. Pointing 2 fingers at the ground, Yu Qianqiu sneered. Admit that you're trash, kneel and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. Wah! The audience was in an uproar. This guy was too arrogant. However, Ding Wei, who was surrounded by flying swords, did not make a sound. As there were too many flying swords, no one could see his expression clearly. Everyone looked at each other. Would Ding Wei really agree to this? They didn't know that Ding Wei was trembling in anger and couldn't even speak. The other party was clearly humiliating him in public. This was also Yu Qianqiu's revenge on the bird who provoked him first. Why aren't you talking? Yu Qianqiu chuckled and said, it doesn't matter if you die, but it's a pity that you'll leave a huge debt for the sect after you die. Fortunately, the head priest doesn't want you to pay interest. Yu Qianqiu, go to hell. Ding Wei finally let out an angry roar. 8 blue swords whistled as they swept over in an arc. Yu Qianqiu flicked his finger, and dozens of flying swords flew out, immediately entangling the blue swords. With a cold expression, he said, I have to admit, if you met other nascent soul stage cultivators, your 8 blue swords would indeed pose a great threat to them, making it hard for them to take care of everything. Unfortunately, you met me, and I only have 8 blue swords. With that said, he waved his sleeves and a black shadow flashed out, shooting into the encirclement of swords. Everyone had yet to figure out what was going on. A mournful scream suddenly rang out. The 8 blue swords suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly. Before they landed, they reformed into one and fell to the ground with a ding-dang. Everyone was shocked, but they saw Yu Qianqiu wave his hand lightly, retrieving the black shadow that shot out. The swords instantly surged violently. A cloud of red mist began to spread, and the thick smell of blood began to fill the entire hall. After hundreds of blue flying swords continuously flashed back into Yu Qianqiu's sleeves, Ding Wei had already disappeared. Everyone immediately understood that Ding Wei had already been turned into dust by the flying swords. This thick smell of blood was... Everyone waved their hands and stirred, forcing the disgusting blood mist out of the hall. Yu Qianqiu picked up the blue swords on the ground and looked at them, then casually threw them into his storage bag. When everyone looked at him again, their hearts were a little cold. What a powerful sword art! Yu Qianqiu walked in front of Wen Rui and smiled. I won, this spirit stone is mine. Wen Rui didn't say a word, nor did he express any attitude. Whoever won could come and take it themselves. As a dignified soul formation expert, how could he really help these people do this? His role was to make sure that no one dared to snatch things from him. He picked up the 2 storage bags and showed them to everyone. Is there anyone who is unconvinced? Bring out the money. Gambling with money and life, I will continue to play with you. He returned to his seat, hugged the storage bags, and counted the spirit stones as he continued. If you don't have money, you can borrow from the head elder. In his territory, don't mention 2 million, even 1 or 200 million is no problem. Hurry up, don't miss out. Mi Russian stared at him indifferently. The group of people no longer said he was talking nonsense. They looked at each other. and finally looked at the few tribulation-passing early-stage cultivators. Unfortunately, no one jumped out like Ding Wei. Yu Qianqiu put away one of the storage bags and glanced at everyone. He thought, anyway, don't think about being free. Rather than waiting for you to find me, I might as well find you. From today onwards, I will go all out. If I don't turn this place upside down, I won't be called Yu Qianqiu. I said you are trash, but you are still unconvinced. Shouting is useless. If you have the guts, show me your actions. Yu Qianqiu put the storage bag he earned back on the coffee table next to Wenrui and pointed at it. If you have the guts, bring out the money to gamble. If you don't have the guts, take a detour when you see me. Don't bark like a dog. What the hell is this? Wow. Everyone was finally enraged and stood up one by one. Nongzhu looked at him in shock and thought, this guy is crazy. Does he want to go against the entire cultivation world by saying this? However, this was not the craziest thing. Yu Qianqiu also stood up and pointed at the crowd. His face was filled with disdain as he said, don't be unconvinced. I can't be bothered to fight you all one by one. As long as you have the money, it doesn't matter if you all come at me together. I will take you all on alone. When Rui and Nongzhu looked at each other, as if they were asking Nongzhu who this guy was. He was too arrogant. Everyone here represented a faction. Wouldn't that be offending all the countries? Would he still want to live in the future? Nongzhu shook her head with a wry smile. Furong's mouth turned into a circle. Although she did not know where these people came from, she was still shocked by Yu Qianqiu's words. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people flashed out from the crowd almost at the same time. The 3 of them looked at each other in shock. Obviously, they did not expect such a coincidence. It seemed like they were really going to fight 3 against 1. For a moment, they were stunned and felt a little embarrassed. It's okay. I have always been a man of my word. My words are like water that has been spilled. Let's fight together. Yu Qianqiu's bellicose nature was completely stimulated. For a moment, he was full of fighting spirit, and was ready to test the hard work he had put in all these years. To be honest, ever since he defeated 2 cultivators at the end of the passing calamity stage, he had long looked down on ordinary cultivators. Fighting someone like Ding Wei was not satisfying at all. However, he did not get too excited. He pointed at the storage bag on the coffee table and said, put down 1 million upper-level spirit stones. Those who don't have spirit stones can go back. Since he had said so, who would be polite with him? After seeing Yu Qianqiu fight, the 3 of them were not confident that they could defeat him. However, as cultivators at the passing calamity stage, if they did not stand up for him, they would not be able to raise their heads when they went back. They had no choice but to come out. Now it was exactly what the 3 of them wanted. A person in a blue robe walked over. Yu Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. This outfit was very familiar. Sure enough, the person said in a deep voice, Xiushui country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Yanfeng seeks advice. Then he bowed to the 2 soul formation stage cultivators, took out a storage bag and placed it beside Wenrui. Tuan country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Wu Yankai seeks advice. A black-robed person also put down a storage bag. West Asian country's early passing calamity stage cultivator, Yuan Tonghai seeks advice. A gray-robed person also put down a storage bag like the previous 2. The 3 passing calamity stage cultivators attacked together. This time it was enough to make that kid suffer. The crowd cheered loudly. They all stood up and clamored, hoping that the 3 of them would make Yu Qianqiu die a horrible death. It seems that there are still a few rich people. Yu Qianqiu stood up in high spirits, thinking that he could fight to his heart's content. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the middle of the group. Mi Russian said expressionlessly, "Don't fight first. This is the Daong country's palace. It can't withstand your torment. Let's go somewhere else. Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and flashed out of the hall, flying into the sky. The few of them looked at each other, grabbed their own storage bags, and followed. Before Yu Qianqiu left, he said to Furong and followed Senior Nongzhu. The group of people dispersed, flashed out of the hall, and flew away like a swarm. In the blink of an eye, only Nongzhu, Wenrui, Wenbai, and Furong were left in the hall. There were also a dozen disciples from Guangguang Peak who were at a loss. When Rui asked Nongzhu, "What should we do?" Nongzhu rubbed her hands and said with a smile, "This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He must have taken a strong medicine today. Let's go and take a look." After saying that, she grabbed Furong's hand and flew away. When Rui shook his head with a bitter smile and waved at Wenbai, the two of them also followed. The hall suddenly became empty. The tables and chairs were in a mess. The remaining Foundation establishment disciples looked at each other. The ordinary people in the palace didn't notice, but some cultivators noticed the group of people flying away. They didn't know what happened. On the various stages, the competition had already begun. Zhang Peng, who had just won a match with a few punches and kicks, also noticed the group of cultivators flying away. He wanted to follow them, but his master didn't allow him to. He could only hold back his anger and continue to compete with the ordinary people. Chapter 491. A group of cultivators suddenly flew out of the palace and headed west, immediately alerting all the cultivators in Deyang City who had gathered here. One by one, they found a remote corner and quickly chased after them, out of the sight of mortals. After everyone arrived, they realized that Mi Rushan really knew how to find a place. This place was the flat land formed by Yin Baikong's raging attack on 6 mountain peaks. This place was remote and deep in the mountains, making it difficult for mortals to enter. Moreover, the place was wide and flat enough, at least a few thousand square meters. Although Yu Qianqiu had heard of Yin Baikong's mountain-building movement from Wen Rui and Nongzhu, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Oh my! This expert in the late stage of soul formation was really something. Not to mention creating the world. He still had the ability to collapse the mountains and split the earth. Originally, there were only about 300 cultivators from the palace. Now that cultivators from Deyang City came to make up the numbers, the number had increased by almost 10 times, almost 3,000 people. Their cultivation levels were high and low. There were many in the foundation establishment stage, and it seemed that there were also many in the late stage of tribulation passing. This remote mountain suddenly became bustling with noise and excitement. The cultivators from Deyang City didn't know about it, so they found their acquaintances from the palace. After asking about the cause of the matter, they were all furious. In an instant, there was a wave of angry voices scolding Yu Qianqiu in the remote mountain. "Scold slowly. I won't lose a piece of flesh." Yu Qianqiu still looked as if he was facing thousands of fingers. When faced with such a situation, the best choice was to not speak. Previously, he couldn't even win against 300 people. Now there was no need to even mention it when it was 1 against 3,000. Therefore he let them scold. That was the best choice. Nongzhu looked around happily, clicking her tongue nonstop. What a spectacular scene. He was being scolded by 3,000 people at the same time. When he returned, he must tell Bai Changchun about this unique scene, and let him know that the disciple of the world's #1 expert was indeed extraordinary. Presumably, old Bai would turn pale with fright. Hibiscus looked at her surroundings. It was as if she was a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. The huge waves around her could come crashing over at any time, and swallow Yu Qianqiu in one gulp. He then looked at the sneering Yu Qianqiu. His expression was filled with disdain. There was not a hint of panic or fear on his face. She suddenly had an epiphany. This man's life must have been filled with danger and excitement. He must have been used to ups and downs. Compared to her peaceful life on Fuxian Island, it was completely different. With the 2 soul formation stage experts holding the fort, although the scolding got louder and louder, it didn't cause any trouble. Several hundred square meters of space gradually emptied out. There were only 4 people left in the center: Yu Qianqiu, Yanfeng Wu Yankai, and Yuan Tonghai. A trace of fierceness flashed across Yu Qianqiu's face. He swung his hand and threw the storage pouch at the feet of Wen Rui and Nongzhu. The person standing in the middle was none other than Furong. Immediately after, the other 3 people also threw their storage pouches over. People kept shouting, "Beat him to death, kill him." Yu Qianqiu looked around and took out 2 items from the storage pouch with both hands. 2 black machetes that were almost 2 meters long appeared again. They were held in his left and right hands, and were very eye-catching. Once the 2 machetes were taken out, the scolding stopped and everyone started whispering to each other. The topic of discussion was the saber-drawing assembly that they had heard of. These 2 machetes should be the 2 legendary treasured machetes. They didn't expect this guy to be carrying them with him all this time. In an instant, all kinds of greedy expressions appeared in many people's eyes. Just like when Yu Qianqiu killed Ding Wei. When Ding Wei died, his blue flying knife was picked up by Yu Qianqiu. No one said anything. If anyone could kill Yu Qianqiu, then his 2 treasured machetes. Yan Feng's eyes narrowed. He heard that Yan Feng, who went to China, died under these machetes. The other 2 people looked at the machetes with burning eyes. It was a pity that there were only 2 machetes. It was destined that one of them wouldn't be able to get it. Yan Feng slowly took out an iron-colored whip that was rolled up together. Yu Qianqiu glanced at it. It seemed like the Xiushui country's rumor sect was most proficient in using whips. Back then, the senior and junior brothers with the surname Yan who died in the 100 Flowers Valley used whips. It seemed like this person's whip wasn't as long as the other 3's, but it looked much longer. Wu Yankai used a flying sword. Yuan Tonghai used a bow and arrows. It was a blood-red longbow, and even the bowstring was red. It was unknown what it was made of. A quiver was slung on his back, and the arrows inside were also blood-red. Yu Qianqiu was a little surprised. There were people who used bows and arrows as artifacts. What if the arrows in the quiver ran out? Now he really felt the difference between the cultivation world of various countries and the cultivation world of China. The latter almost all used flying swords, while the former used all kinds of strange weapons. The 4 people he met today all had different weapons. Luckily, I can wield a machete too. Mi Russian saw that they were in position and said expressionlessly, "We'll start here. Everyone, let's begin." The moment he said that, Yan Feng and the other 2 dodged and surrounded Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu waved his 2 machetes and shouted, "Watch out for my machete!" He quickly chased after Yan Feng. He had fought with people from rumor sect in the 100 Flowers Valley, and was experienced in dealing with people who use whips. As for the others, they didn't know what was going on. Yan Feng waved his hand, and a whip that was tens of meters long coiled around the charging Yu Qianqiu. It seemed like he wanted to trap Yu Qianqiu. Chop! Yu Qianqiu shouted and slashed with his machete. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind him. It sounded very imposing and powerful. He didn't even need to look to know that one of the other 2 had made a move. He didn't have time to deal with the whip. Without a second word, he quickly dodged to the side. Using the opportunity to flip in midair, he saw that it was Wu Yankai's flying sword. Cultivators cultivated flying swords because they were easier to control than most weapons. Furthermore, they were very nimble. Indeed, the moment Yu Qianqiu dodged, the flying sword turned and shot over without stopping. At the same time, Yan Feng's whip also whistled over. Yu Qianqiu was still in midair when he saw Yuan Tonghai pulling out 3 arrows from the quiver on his back. He knocked them all and shot them out. The 3 arrows shot out at the same time, leaving a trail of blood in the air as they crossed each other. Damn! The arrow was even curved. Yu Qianqiu shouted again, "Watch out for my treasured saber." Before he landed on the ground, he used the saber in his right hand to meet the incoming whip. At the same time, he used the saber in his left hand to cut it. Dang! Pooh! 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 The long whip that was circling over broke into 5 or 6 pieces. Yan Feng was startled, and did not dare to send out the remaining whip. At the same time, Wu Yankai felt a heartache. His flying sword was also broken into 2 by the saber. It fell to the ground and became 2 pieces of scrap metal. It couldn't fly anymore. There was an uproar outside the arena. These 2 treasured sabers were too sharp. They cut the sword and the whip like they were cutting tofu. Weapons that could be used by cultivators in the Tribulation realm weren't the Dharma artifacts of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the weapons in the hands of these 3 people were indeed Dharma treasures. Instantly, everyone stared at the 2 treasured sabers with even more fervor. This was because they had verified that they were indeed rare treasures. Yu Qianqiu wasn't in the mood to care about what the people outside the arena thought. He still had to deal with the 3 incoming arrows. The saber was big enough. Once he landed on the ground, he put the 2 sabers together and used them as a shield. Dang dang dang. Although the flying sword blocked the arrows, Yu Qianqiu slid more than 10 meters away from the impact. A straight line immediately appeared on the soft ground. Nongzhu shook her head slightly. This was the difference in cultivation. It was a flaw that couldn't be made up for. Yu Qianqiu's arms were numb from the impact. He almost let go of the 2 sabers. However, the 3 arrows that were also sent flying spun in the air and fell straight back into the quiver on Yuan Tonghai's back. Damn it! What kind of lousy arrows are they? They can go home by themselves. Yu Qianqiu shook his arm and rushed towards Yan Feng again. Who asked Yanji to threaten me? If I don't kill you first, who else can I kill? This time, he learned his lesson. A flying sword flew out from his sleeve. When he jumped up, the flying sword immediately carried him and rushed towards Yanji. Why do you keep staring at me? Wu Yankai doesn't have anything in his hands, and you don't want to go. Yan Feng was speechless. He casually swung his broken whip and stabbed it straight towards Yu Qianqiu like a javelin. Wu Yankai and Yuan Tonghai naturally wouldn't leave Yan Feng alone. They couldn't let Yu Qianqiu deal with one, and then turn around to deal with them. Wu Yankai took out another flying sword from his storage bag. Although it wasn't as good as the previous one, it was still useful. Yuan Tonghai grabbed an arrow and knocked it. Nobody knew how he used it, but 7 or 8 blood shadow lines shot out. Go to hell. Yu Qianqiu roared and threw the 2 treasured sabers into his storage bag. He realized that although the treasured sabers were easy to use, they weren't very practical. He had to rush up and slash. It was fine to use them against people with similar cultivation, but it was more suitable for sneak attacks against people with higher cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to them. He kept the sabers and flew up into the sky on his sword, avoiding the 3's attacks. Wu Yankai and the other 2 nodded at each other and quickly shot up into the sky, chasing after them. The surrounding spectators immediately cheered. Farong clasped her hands together nervously. Nongzhu glanced at her and said, "Don't worry. This brat has many trump cards. He hasn't used any of them yet. He won't die." When Rui tilted his head and looked, he didn't expect Nongzhu to be so confident in Yu Qianqiu. Just in time. Yu Qianqiu stopped in the air and sneered. "I was afraid that the 3 of you would scatter too far, and I wouldn't be able to catch up. It's best if you come together." He turned around and dove down. His sleeves swelled up and an endless stream of green shadows flashed out. In an instant, thousands of flying swords appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth as they flew towards the 3 people below. The momentum of the thunderous sword rain made the surrounding people dumbfounded. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe that someone could actually control thousands of swords at the same time? So many flying swords. The 3 people who were chasing after them were dumbfounded at first. Then they were scared out of their wits. They realized that they had fallen into a trap. They hurriedly stopped and split up without saying a word, fleeing in panic. However, with their cultivation, their flying speed wasn't fast enough to outrun the flying swords. Moreover, they were lured by Yu Qianqiu and then attacked so suddenly. How could they escape so easily? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.